Well, good morning. For those people that don't know me out on Facebook or YouTube land, my name is Todd Varwork. I am Chief Policy Officer at West New York Independent Living, and I'll be your MC through today's Disability Pride event. Disability Pride, in addition to showcasing the many and various ways that people with disabilities participate in the community, is also a celebration of the 30th anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act, which was signed into law today at the Rose Garden in Washington, D.C. in 1990. Before we start anything else, let me take a moment and thank some agencies who sponsored and support this event, including People Incorporated, Community Services for Everyone, Deaf Access Services, and my friends at the Independent Consumer Advocacy Network. These folks are continuing to help move this event along. Disability Pride is in its, I think it's 6th or 7th year, and we're very pleased to be celebrating the 30th anniversary of Watermark disability rights legislation. I don't know if I have a whole heck of a lot to say other than let's get the show started. As always, you can put questions in the YouTube or YouTube comment or Facebook comment areas, and we have staff that will get your question or comment to me, and if it's worth answering the next time we go live, I will get into it and provide you with the answer to your question. So, with no further ado, I'll let my friend over at Disability Pride get the first tape package started.
Erie County Executive Mark Poloncarz has a proclamation to celebrate the 30th anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act.
Hi, it's Erie County Executive Mark Poloncarz, and I'm here with the Director of our Office for People with Disabilities, Frank Camerata, to honor the 30th anniversary of the passage of the Americans with Disabilities Act. In 1990, during the George Herbert Walker Bush administration, one of the most important pieces of legislation ever passed in our lifetimes was the Americans with Disabilities Act. It's improved so many people's lives. We have a special proclamation honoring that 30th anniversary. We normally would be doing it in person, but because of COVID-19, we're wearing our masks and we're doing it online. And here's more from Frank to tell you why this piece of legislation mattered then and still today.
Thank you, County Executive. So this legislation was so important back then that we didn't have curb cuts. We didn't have signs at intersections to let people who are blind, visually impaired cross safely. We didn't have opportunities for employment for people with disabilities. All of that has certainly increased over the last 30 years. And we're going to be doing so much better in the next few years. I know that. So thank you so much for sharing this with me, and let's celebrate.
So congratulations to all who made the Americans with Disabilities Act a reality 30 years ago. We continue to fight for all those who may not have the same issues as we all do, to fight to ensure that we're protecting all Americans, whether it's the Americans with Disabilities Act or other laws. And in the end, when we go out in public during these crazy times, make sure you wear a mask to protect yourself and protect others. Take care, everybody, and happy anniversary, Americans with Disabilities Act.
The Brass Pro Revivalists were a big hit at last year's Disability Pride. Back again this year, virtually. It's the Brass Pro Revivalists. Justin Dart was an American activist and advocate for people with disabilities. He helped pass the Americans with Disabilities Act of 1990, co-founded the American Association of People with Disabilities, AAPD, and is regarded as the godfather of the ADA. He passed away in 2002. Here is Justin Dart's last interview.
The Rehabilitation Research and Training Center on Independent Living Management presents Pioneers in Disability Rights and Community Organizing. An interview with Justin Dart.
Hi, I'm June Kales here with Doug Uziak, interviewing Justin Dart. Welcome, Justin.
Justin, can you share with us how you got involved with community organizing and activity?
Well, I think that was before I was in the disability rights movement, back about 50 decades ago, when I was a passionate organizer of what we used to call the liberal Democrats, because in those days all the Democrats in Texas, the official party, we called the Dixiecrats, and they were pro-segregationist and pro-far right, so forth.
What type of community organizing activity are you involved with now?
Well, Yoshko and I have a pretty good database of community leaders around the country, people who, when we visit, can organize a meeting of grassroots leaders for us. And I would say that my contribution in grassroots leading is not so much training and handcrafting the ongoing grassroots entities, but we play the role of getting them together in the first place, so that hopefully other grassroots leader would provide role playing and training and executive relationships of the executives, ongoing organization, which often happens.
Justin, when we ask people who are the leaders in our movement, you're always right there at the top of the list. So, what wisdom can you share with other organizers and organizer wannabes in terms of your years of experience?
Well, one thing they can always do is organize training sessions and entity organizing sessions, and that will go on and organize and recruit after a national crisis or national meeting occurs, and then they will go on in their own area and elect executives and appoint committees and get people recruiting and keep it going.
What are the principal values for a community organizer? What should they follow?
What are the values
Yes.
for a community organizer? Oh, I think they're great values. The person is changing the culture according to the principles of the universe, which is very satisfying. The person is seeing his or her ability transferred into action. The person has a history to leave, a positive history. I think there are enormous values.
Justin, what's the organizing activity that you are most proud of?
Well, that's almost a cliche now, but I'm most proud, Yoshiko, I think, of the several times when we went out to several states to organize passion for the ADA, the first civil rights law in the history of the world. There were many people who favored it in the beginning, even in our grassroots. They didn't think it was time to do it. They thought maybe we'd get a backlash. If it failed, that would be a disaster, because we might not get another chance for a long time if it seemed to fail.
Over the years, you've been involved with getting a lot of other groups involved in supporting disabled but able to vote, the ADA and other issues. How did you go about getting their involvement and being part of the overall push?
Well, we just kept at it. And we just kept going back in total, we visited each state at least 5 times. And that's a minimum. That means 7, 8, 20 times for most states. And we just went back, kept hammering away at it like a Coca-Cola ad.
Like one tool I've seen you use, I think it was your vision. You used the media pretty effectively. Taking out some one-page ads.
That was a kind of a minor
Uh-huh.
thing. We did it when we could afford it. When we did do it.
It's your belief that the personal visitations were very effective in your efforts?
Personal.
Around the country.
As you traveled around the country, when you're making the trips and you were having the various conference calls, your ability to communicate to the number of people within the state in your organizing efforts.
I mean, the conference call.
Yes. Was that your most effective way of community organizing?
I think it wasn't the most effective way, but it was an effective way. Because anybody could get on it that wanted to, even if they're way up in the corner of the state.
In terms of working with elected representatives, you've been able to work both sides of the aisle. You've been respected by both parties. Any advice for organizers or things you've learned over the decades about working with elected representatives?
Well, I have the sense that we, in that case, act in a more traditional mode. We give campaign money to people who are on our side, just like an ordinary traditional lobbyist. And we give campaign money to people who are hopeful. On the other side, people who cooperate with our advocacy, whether they're Republicans or Democrats. Most of them are Democrats. But we support people like Tom Harkin and Kennedy and
Justin, why did you pick up the battle of the disability rights cause? Why was that the one that you chose to spend the number of years that you have?
I think I came to the conclusion around 1974 that my ideas and my passion for justice were not going to be accepting in the disability rights movement because of the strong symbolism of my wheelchair. And that happened to be true as soon as I got into the disability rights movement. I was able to have my messages accepted and do much better as an advocate.
Justin, one of the strategies that I often admire that I saw you use over the years, over and over again, was your ability to always recognize other people in everything you said. You always had a long list of almost everybody in the room who you would acknowledge. And that was powerful. Where did that come from?
Well, I passionately believe that history is people. History is not symbols like Justin Dart or Martin Luther King. History is thousands of people working together. And I'd like to emphasize that the little I can by naming some of the people that I consider to be real patriots, and then always emphasizing after that none of this would be happening without everybody in the room. And I know that's true.
If you can point to one single action that you were involved with that you believe made the biggest change, what would that be?
Oh, probably the ADA.
Why do you think it is that you became one of the spiritual leaders of the disability rights movement?
Well, I'm not sure that I did to the extent that you imply, but I am a spiritual person, and I often say that I'll be with you in passion and spirit, and I love you. And all that is true. I love the people. I'm with them in love and justice. I think love and the sharing of the passion for justice and liberty and justice for all is some of the most powerful motivation in our culture.
Justin,
And it's true when I say it. And I think the people can feel it.
a lot of the people we've interviewed have talked about looking at the end of the day, the week, the years, what are the accomplishments, how we make change. And we've asked everyone, what do we hope their legacy will be? What do you hope your legacy will be?
Well, I hope my legacy will be that of a unifier, solidarity, with the one thing that we all agree, which is love for the sacred value of life for each human being. That can transcend a lot of stereotypes and political correctness. Anybody who can't believe in love and the empowerment of every human being, I think they're in trouble.
Have we made progress in this country when it comes to the rights for people with disabilities?
Have we made?
Yes.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
real progress.
I think we've made enormous progress since I was 20 years old. And it's 50 years. The progress is astounding.
Where's the greatest progress that we've made for people with disabilities over those years?
Well, I think in the spirit of 504 and ADA, that we have made tremendous progress in the area of access, in the nature of accessibility. Millions of little access details, millions of attitudes have been sharply polished, sharply educated.
Would you like to add anything to the conclusion as far as for the future organizers in the disability rights movement?
I think we have a long way to go. And we still must get over a massive mountain of stereotypes from the old days. And of course, our young leaders are responsible for that. We should put more effort, more passion, more spirit, more money into training those young leaders to be not just leaders, not just advocates, but community organizers who can start effective, ongoing, militant organizations in every community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One week after this interview, on June 22nd, 2002, at the age of 71, Justin Dart Jr. departed his longtime field of battle. It's not easy to do justice to such an extraordinary life in just 30 minutes. Justin himself would always deflect praise given him, crediting hundreds of other activists, colleagues, and friends. These are his words: "There is nothing I have achieved and no addiction I have overcome without the love and support of specific individuals who reached out to empower me. There's nothing I have accomplished without reaching out to empower others." Hopefully we've been able to reach you, either to introduce you to the incomparable patriot who was Justin Dart Jr., or to offer a more complete understanding of what we all owe him. Before his passing, Justin let it be known that any memorial to him must also be a tribute to the disability civil rights movement, a celebration of the revolution of empowerment and all those who made it happen.
The Help America Vote Act of 2002, or HAVA, is a United States federal law which was drafted, at least in part, in reaction to the controversy surrounding the 2000 U.S. presidential election, when almost 2 million ballots were disqualified because they registered multiple votes or none when run through vote counting machines. HAVA requires each polling location have at least one voting system accessible to individuals with disabilities, including non-visual accessibility for the blind and visually impaired, in a manner that provides the same opportunity for access and participation, including privacy and independence, as for other voters. Here is a video on the importance of HAVA.
This is a really special day for me. Election Day. After years of having to rely on someone else to go into the voting booth with me to pull the levers, it's a tremendous feeling for me to vote on my own for the first time since I started to lose my sight. To exercise my right privately, independently, like everyone else. This is truly a day to remember. A day that's been a long time in coming.
Voting is a basic right of Americans, a right that was denied to a significant number of Americans with disabilities for centuries. People with disabilities accessing the polling place was one problem. People dealing with the voting process was another. In this program, we'll look at the struggle that it took to allow a basic right to be exercised, the right to vote, and in particular, the hard-fought battle in one of the founding states, New York.
The 2000 presidential election and the debacle in Florida brought the need for election reform to a head. Congress responds to this need by passing the Help America Vote Act, or HAVA, in 2002. The new law provides states with billions of dollars to modernize their voting technology. It allows people with disabilities the right to vote privately and independently for the first time. And it mandates that at least one voting machine per polling place must be accessible to voters with disabilities.
The plan was to make voting more accessible across the country by 2006. But 2006 came and went, and HAVA was still not implemented in New York. The efforts of disability advocates were ignored and marginalized, while the dysfunctional New York State Legislative HAVA Conference Committee was more interested in preserving incumbents and House majorities.
Back in 1992, one of our staff at the center happened to read an article in which then Governor Cuomo was quoted as saying that more than 90% of the polling places in New York State were physically accessible to voters with disabilities. Over the next several months, center staff surveyed every single polling site in that three-county area, of which there were more than 150. And we found out, utilizing the currently acceptable accessibility standards at the time, that less than 10% of the polling places in that area met the accessibility standards that existed. We found everything from no designated accessible parking to doorway widths that weren't wide enough to, places that had 3, 4, or 5 steps up or steps down. Some were in the basement.
The New York Attorney General's office soon became involved.
The County Board of Elections and the county itself was aware of the Catskill Center's survey results of their polling sites and hadn't taken prompt remedial action.
So what they did in conjunction with the NYSILC, the New York State Independent Living Council, is they had representatives from the Attorney General's office go out with advocates to a number of polling places in several counties throughout New York State to see, if those polling places were accessible or were not accessible to people with disabilities. And it was done on one day. There was a sweep across the state on Election Day, 1999.
The counties admitted, even prior to the litigation and in the litigation, that the sites were not accessible. The counties just weren't taking the action necessary to fix it. So we sued. We prevailed on our preliminary injunction, and the court ruled that it was the county's responsibility to make the sites accessible. Some were accessible by the March 2000 primary. Unfortunately, not all the sites were done in time, but thankfully by November 2000, with the persistence of the Eastern Paralyzed Veterans Association, who was a wonderful monitor and really kept on top of all the counties, all of the sites in all 3 counties were accessible.
With 3 counties accessible, the remaining counties in New York still suffered from architectural, mechanical, and human barriers that were excluding persons with disabilities from the right to vote independently and confidentially.
HAVA still had a long way to go in New York. Since the Catskill study in 1999, the Disability Network engaged in a wide array of efforts to be part of the solution, from position papers to voting machine testing, from polling place access surveys to draft legislation.
The network did its part to support the passage of the Help America Vote Act in October 2002. The act clearly defined mandatory changes and timelines for all states, while providing New York with nearly $250 million in federal funds to help facilitate the changes.
It requires that there be one accessible voting machine in every polling place. And it, for the first time, sets a deadline, not just for voting machine access, but for wheelchair access.
We basically said you have 2 problems: the accessibility of polling sites and the machines that people vote on.
How was your message received? What were they telling you back?
When we sent every year to the County Board of Elections a survey of the polling sites that we visit, we really never got a response from them until we finally took it to court.
The New York State Independent Living Council, along with many other stakeholders, signed on to a minority report developed by Assemblyman Keith Wright, chairman of the Assembly Committee on Elections. The intent of this report was to communicate the collective dissatisfaction with the state's efforts. Its effect, however, was nil. What was the problem with the legislators not buying into what you were saying?
If all of a sudden there's this large group of people with disabilities who vote and people who prefer languages other than English, oh my gosh, that could change the status quo. The status quo got me into my position. I'm a little nervous about opening up the voting, so we're going to make this to help me get reelected. Vote Act is what it came down to. there's no excuse. It was their own self-serving interest that they were dealing with first, while sacrificing access to our voting rights.
After George W. Bush signed HAVA into law, optimism was high. HAVA appeared to deliver the needed punch to provide full accessibility for voters with disabilities. But yet, as the state-by-state implementation process began to occur, New York State dragged its heels and put up legislative barriers.
What happened on the state level is what often happens on the state level. The interests are almost split half and half, and what the Assembly did, the Senate didn't want to do, and what the Senate did, the Assembly didn't want to do. And so it really was sort of more of politics as usual in Albany.
Some of it is, I really believe that there are people in power who want to stay in power and are fearful that if they give poor people, people with disabilities, the right to vote, they may not be in power anymore. And then I think that there's just a whole sense of, you know, how do you define, I mean, we are living in a society that's built on the fact, in a lot of ways, that people with disabilities don't have rights.
To get to what we need, instead of wrangling around the politics of it, a lot could have been done without all the banter.
Keep wanting to revert to the State Board of Elections.
Somebody makes
well, the State Board of Elections, as we have said time and time again, are not, they're not functioning well. It's like the Addams family. I mean, they're dysfunctional.
A room full of increasingly frustrated disabled voters looked on as the debate droned over issues important to the two major parties. Again, the committee had shoved to the end of the agenda any discussion of making polling places accessible and new voting machines usable by all citizens. Frustration boiled over at that point. Loud chanting began. Wheelchairs then moved to block the room's exits. Assembly Elections Committee Chair Keith Wright got an earful from two of the protest's organizers.
We keep coming back to Albany to be involved in a public process that talks about our right to access the voting system. We want to have this done in front of us. We can't keep coming to Albany meeting after meeting, week after week. We want to talk about identification and databases. We need machines. If we can't get into the polling place to vote, if we can't get into the polling booth and cast our ballot, what good is identification? When they didn't act on our issue and it was going to be business as usual, we let them know that business as usual was not going to happen. And we blocked the doors and wouldn't let them out.
The protest at the HAVA Conference Committee meeting in Albany drew significant media coverage. Barbara Nolan was one of the two people arrested for civil disobedience.
And they knew we were there. We were holding up signs. What about access to polling? What about touchscreen voting machines? They knew we were there. And one of our members who remained in the room when we blocked it off said to the committee, "We are no longer going to be at the back of the room and the bottom of the agenda."
As New York continued to lag on the issue, more lawsuits were filed in an escalating force of defiance against the situation.
The Department of Justice sued the state of New York, first ever lawsuit brought by the Department of Justice against the state to enforce the Help America Vote Act. That lawsuit was commenced on March 1st, 2006. New York has no excuse. And I don't think that even in the lawsuit, they ever really tried to excuse their conduct.
The state was retaliating against its own citizens who were demanding their right to vote after 200 years. And we needed to do something. We needed to say something. We needed to make a strong statement that said, we're not going to go away. We're going to stay here. We demand our rights.
The New York advocates have fought harder and stronger than any place else in the country to get accessibility. You just have a boneheaded, arrogant election system here.
Or what acts of voter discrimination have you actually been made aware of, or that you've seen, or, firsthand?
We have a consumer who votes in actually Rockland County, who historically always did absentee because he couldn't get into the building. He couldn't use the machine. In 2004, he appeared at the polling sites, and the election inspector said to him, "Well, we have you down here as voting absentee. You can't vote here using the machine." They decided, well, you can vote, but after we clear off this line. Another 20 minutes go by because they wanted to clear up the backlog. I mean, there was a lot of anger towards him. He caused the backup, which wasn't true. Their process caused the backup. So it took him 35, 40 minutes to vote. And being insistent, if he backed off the minute they said, no, you can't vote here, he was discriminated. It should have been a 5-minute process. He was there 40 minutes. He was humiliated. He was made to wait, and was treated like a pariah.
This is typical of the accessibility challenges that many polling sites present for voters with disabilities, and of course, the inaccessibility of the lever action voting machines for those of us in wheelchairs who are blind, and for our returning veterans with sensory, physical, and cognitive disabilities.
My significant other who uses a guide dog, when we enter the polling site, people all wonder how she's going to vote. And when she enters the polling booth with her Republican and her Democrat and her guide dog, you have the legs of the 3 people plus the guide dog, there are 10. And everybody wants to know what's going on in that polling booth. And that, makes them all listen.
There's no doubt that the full-face ballot discriminates against people with learning disabilities, cognitive disabilities. People just can't take in the information, or the equipment is not accessible in terms of being user-friendly for people with a variety of manual and coordination disabilities.
Polling places located in buildings with stairs where the accessible entrance is locked and guarded by police. Polling places that have accessible entrances that are locked, period, and no one knows where they are. Polling places in schools that are on the 2nd or the 3rd floor. Even when you get to the polling place, it's a matter of whether or not they know how to reasonably accommodate you when you get there. When someone with a serious disability inquires about the accessibility of the polling place, they are strongly steered in my county towards the absentee ballot.
What's the problem with an absentee ballot?
Well, ideally, there shouldn't be a problem, but there's a question as to whether or not those ballots actually get counted and when they're counted, if they're counted at all. The prevailing wisdom is they're only counted in the vote of a tie, or they're counted last, or they can't find them because they're locked in a room. No one knows what the county does with absentee ballots.
The 2006 primary and election were hampered by a disparate distribution of ballot marking machines in the state. Take Erie County in western New York as an example. With almost 1 out of 5 residents ages 21 to 64 living with disabilities, only 1 ballot marking machine was purchased by the county. To make matters worse, a mandate was imposed that said you had to pre-register to use the one machine.
People didn't really care. We talk a lot about the importance of voting, but the boards of elections were given waivers. It's not like there was an actual mandate, or people even felt a moral obligation to provide access to people.
Primary Day 2006 was set as the deadline for full implementation of the law. Although that was not the case, significant strides were made nonetheless. Federal Judge Sharp had issued a Plan B court order for primary and election days 2006. Wanting to avoid what he referred to as electoral chaos, the judge ordered ballot marking devices at county-wide accessible polling sites, which averaged 1 per county. Advocates voiced their opposition to the decision. Even though the Plan B court order limited voting access to 1 site per county, people with disabilities were able to cast their first private and independent ballots on Election Day 2006. But still, Given all the glitches, many people with disabilities were able to vote privately and independently for the first time in their lives.
I'm really excited today because today is the first time that I may or may not be able to vote freely and independently and confidentially for the first time in my life. There is a new accessible polling site which I'm going to intend to go try out and use. It's over on Adams Street in downtown Brooklyn, which is near where I live. It's about 5 to 6 blocks away. It's a little bit unfortunate that I have to go that far to vote freely and independently because right in my building is actually the designated polling site for this part of Brooklyn Heights.
I got here today. The first thing I noticed is that there's no accessible parking near the polling site. And so I had to park in one of the end spots and improvise basically so I wouldn't get cut off in my lift-equipped van. The second problem I encountered at my polling site today was the fact that the door is only about 26 inches clear. It doesn't meet the minimum standards for ADA compliance. So it's quite a struggle to open up that door and get through in my wheelchair and clear the door. When I got to the actual polling site and after I signed in to the actual voting machine, they had difficulty lowering the machine. They didn't know where the crank went and how far down to lower the machine. And so after a 5-minute delay, they did get the machine in the proper location and I was able to vote. It's always a struggle for me to go inside behind the curtains and vote because I have to position myself sideways to have the privacy I need to vote securely and privately. But I did get it done. And again, when I finished the voting process, I did exit the building with difficulty getting through that door. And we would love to get this voting site changed to a more accessible location.
New York State still had a long way to go before it even came close to full HAVA compliance. However, primary and election day of 2006 proved to be steps in the right direction. In the words of the late disability rights advocate Justin Dart, you need to vote as if your life depends on it, because it does. In 2007 saw a surge in activity and advocacy. It was a grueling 12 months tug of war. The prize? A fundamental right.
The aggressive advance of advocates resulted in the drafting of a comprehensive polling place access bill. Its purpose was to update state election law, improving accessibility and enforcement. Senator William Larkin agreed to sponsor and introduce the bill at the end of the 2007 session.
Do you support this bill?
I do. I think that it is a step forward to bring about some uniformity throughout the state.
Senator George Maziarz agreed to co-sponsor the bill in memory of Michael DeVinny, a staunch advocate and constituent who fought the good fight before his recent death. Problems continue to brew, however. The state's inability to comply with its updated election law forced a need to amend it for primary and election days 2007. This in order to continue using the lever voting machines and ballot marking devices at county-wide accessible voting sites. Given the legislature's delay, the State Board of Elections responded to the situation with inappropriate statements.
Evelyn, do you like lever machines as much as I do?
I love them, but the young people, I know, if it were me, I agree with you.
And I don't know, I'm a lever machine man, and I'm not going to be satisfied until I think the first spaceship arrives with a real sophisticated piece of machinery we can use.
The light at the end of the tunnel appeared to glimmer in July 2007 when the legislature reconvened and passed a bill that amends election law.
Well, it extends the deadline for when we must replace the voting machines, and it provides for interim implementation of HAVA requirements to the extent that we can with the current voting machines. Specifically, it would provide that at each polling site that there be one machine that is equipped for individuals with disabilities.
At last, the situation seemed to be on the upswing.
Announce the results.
Ayes 137, no 0.
The bill is passed.
The plot thickened, however, when the State Board of Elections split over procedures related to the ballot marking devices at county-wide accessible polling places. The Democratic commissioners proposed integrated use of the ballot marking devices, while the Republican commissioners suggested segregated use of the sites. Advocates were outraged at the segregated proposal, writing over 500 letters in opposition in 5 days. The overwhelming response prompted the State Board of Elections to adopt the integrated procedures for the ballot marking devices during their executive session in August 2007. After the executive session, the State Board of Elections announced support for a plan to achieve one ballot marking device per polling place for Election Day 2008. But another roadblock occurred when many county elections commissioners and Board of Elections staff opposed the plan. Those in opposition scheduled a trip to Washington, D.C. after Labor Day to advance an amendment to H.R. 811. If passed, the amendment would have suspended the accessible voting rights of New Yorkers with disabilities under HAVA until 2010. The advocates rise to the occasion and helped to defeat the amendment with a flurry of phone calls and letters of opposition. A subsequent HAVA plan that the State Board of Elections submitted to the Department of Justice for review stipulates one ballot marking device per polling place. However, advocates scrutinized the plan and voiced their concerns over 3 critical flaws. First, the plan does not include scanners, so that votes cannot be counted the night of the election. Second, it allows county election commissioners to substitute uncertified direct recording electronic machines, or DREs, as ballot marking devices by turning off their counting devices and accepting their paper trails as ballots. And third, the plan fails to provide for a variety of accessible voting logistics, such as polling place access, accessible transportation, poll worker training, and public education. As the holidays approach in late December, the advocates receive a most welcome gift.
The United States versus New York State.
The State Board of Elections receives a kick in the derriere from a federal judge today.
All 49 other states in the country are already compliant with the Help America Vote Act, or HAVA. New York now has until January 4th. That's their deadline to catch up and become the 50th. Only half kidding, today a federal judge stated that like Eisenhower in Little Rock, he would call out the National Guard if that's what it's going to take to get electronic voting machines in place in New York State. His Honor's other option also said jokingly from the bench, throw the 4 New York State commissioners for elections in jail until they come up with a plan of their own. But the judge ultimately decided on something more diplomatic, a 2-week deadline for New York to devise a schedule to finally implement electronic voting.
The date had finally arrived. HAVA was finally implemented in New York. One of the founding states of the Union would be the last to adopt the right to vote privately and independently. Will people with disabilities respond? If you grant it, will they come?
I know that voters with disabilities have every desire to participate as much as they possibly can in this democracy.
Voters with disabilities have been so disenfranchised for so long that I think it's going to take time. I think that folks who have always been denied access, denied their right to vote at the polling site for 20, 30, 40, 50 years are not suddenly going to come back just because there's this law called HAVA.
This is much nicer than absentee. Because even absentee, someone had helped me because I couldn't read the choices or mark it myself. So this is much, much better.
It was a long and winding road to reach HAVA in New York, longer and harder than it ever had to be. Winning this fundamental right was a tribute to the painstaking efforts of the state disabilities community's perseverance, expertise, and technical assistance to help make voting machines in polling places accessible for all individuals with disabilities. The time had finally arrived to end this epic struggle for an independent, private voting process.
Today was a really special day for me. I had a real sense of independence to be able to exercise my fundamental right, the right to vote.
And now, a musical performance by the band Universal Mind from Aspire of Western New York.
Well, pretty good start to the day, isn't it? Especially with the vote when the video when we're talking about HAVA. You got to remember that was done in 2009, 10 years ago. So how do we think that we're doing in 10 years? I know that there have been ballot marking devices in polling places every year since 2009, at least in Erie County. And the Board of Elections is a strong partner in making sure that we get our right to vote. Does that still mean that we don't have things to do? Absolutely not. Got to make sure that the machines are plugged in or turned on, or making sure that people know how to use the machines when they want to vote. Because just as today, as when Justin Dart originally said it, it is still the case that you should vote like your life depends on it, because it does. We're just getting ready for our first live panel of the day. My friends over at Disability Pride are probably arranging the next segment even as we speak.
There we go. Starting to see them. Here's Stephanie Orlando, the Chief Operating Officer at West New York Independent Living.
Hello.
How are you?
Good. How are you doing, Todd?
Not doing too bad for the ADA's birthday. What do you think?
It's a beautiful day.
Yes, it most certainly is. And we should have some more people coming on, shouldn't we? They should be showing up any moment. There we go.
Yes, hello.
And the windows get smaller. So for our viewers, this panel is to talk about the importance of independent living in our community. I want to make sure that I get everybody. I already introduced Stephanie Orlando. Immediately below her on my screen is Maura Kelly. She's the Director of Mental Health Peer Connection. Below her is Ray Frank from Independent Living in the Genesee region, whose title is bigger than she is. I think that's from the fabulous room, isn't it? Below her is Sarah Alonso. Sarah is the Director of Independent Living of Niagara County. And last but certainly not least, Bianca Logan, who is the head of our youth peer program at West New York Independent Living. So I know it was Stephanie that was going to get things started.
Yes. I'm not sure if we're all going to remain on camera the whole time that we're each speaking, or if we're going to pop it off individually, but I'll just give it a moment here. Okay. So I'm Stephanie Orlando. I'm the Chief Operations Officer for Western New York Independent Living Family of Agencies. All independent living centers are run for and by people with disabilities in New York State. And I am a person with multiple disabilities, and I'm really proud to be a part of an agency that works to help people live in the community, the life of their choosing, you know, what their priorities are, how they want to connect with others in their community, and really support those efforts. So today you'll hear from each of our agencies and our family. I will speak first to the center that was open first, which is the Western New York Independent Living Center that's based in Buffalo. And we offer, as all independent living centers do, peer support. And so people with disabilities providing support to other people with disabilities. We provide individual and systemic advocacy. So when we help one person who maybe has an issue, a barrier with getting services or things in the community, we help them individually. But if we notice a trend with those issues, we take it to the systemic level and address it either on the state or federal level. We also provide supports to people who are transitioning out of long-term care environments such as nursing homes. So our Open Doors program and our Olmsted Housing Subsidy program are there to help people that are coming out of institutions find a place of their own, get the supports that they need, and live independently in the community. Again, sometimes we say independent, but it's sometimes interdependent. We get to pick the people who support us in living independently in the community. And we offer a medical loan closet, which it provides equipment for people, such as wheelchairs, walkers, crutches, things that you might need temporarily while you're waiting to get your long-term purchase made. We loan those things out to the community. We accept donations for those equipment too. So if you have equipment that you would like to donate to us, we would gladly accept it. Right now during the pandemic, we are only selecting our high need items, such as wheelchairs and knee scooters, things of that kind of level. We're not taking some equipment that might be more contaminated. We are also offering Independence Express, which is our transportation service. We help people whether they have a physical need where they use a wheelchair or some mobility device, but we also take people that, as our Independence Express director calls it, ambulatory people, people that maybe are walking without assistance. So our vans are available. They also do provide transportation to our centers. So you can arrange that if you cannot otherwise get to our services. We also have multiple home and community-based services, including adult behavioral health community-based services. So we offer a variety of peer services as well as psychiatric rehabilitative services. Our agencies, again, are run for and by people with disabilities. So if you're interested in becoming one of our board members or council members, you are encouraged to contact us via the contact information that is listed on WNYIL.org. That's our website, WNYIL.org. We would love to hear from you and get you involved in directing the work that we do at Western New York Independent Living. I believe next up is Maura Kelly. She's going to speak to the next family member agency that we have, Mental Health Peer Connection. So I'll toss it to you, Maura.
Thank you, Stephanie. I'm Director of Mental Health Peer Connection, and my name is Maura Kelly. And basically, we help people with mental and addiction disability issues. And we've been around since 1997. And basically, everyone, as Stephanie mentioned, that works with Mental Health Peer Connection or for Mental Health Peer Connection has mental and or addiction issues themselves. And basically, that's how we help each other. We help each other with the experience we have in sharing it with other people, and they choose how they can use that to their benefit. We have several programs. Basically, we have the most successful program that we have is the work support program. We help people with disabilities, with mental or addiction issues, get employment, real employment, 15 hours a day, longer days with benefits, with real pay, and that's been very successful. We last year we were up to 30% successful rate in keeping people or helping people be employed at least 15 hours a week. So that would have helped me when I started trying to look for work. And it's a great program. We also have benefits advisement. We have trained benefits advisors who, I know for me, it was hard to get to work fearing I'm going to lose the benefits. And our benefits advisors help people maximize their benefits to the fullest extent so they can live as independently as possible in the community. We also have life support peers who basically help with basic life things, mental health, physical health, financial health, and housing. Those are the four most common needs people with mental and addiction issues seem to present to us, and we help them obtain those things or improve those things in their life. We also have peers in the Erie County Medical Center, usually before or after the pandemic, that if you've been in a behavioral health psychiatric unit, you know how tough it is to deal with everything going around you. Well, we have peers that relieve that stress and help you cope and deal with being in the hospital better so you can get out sooner. So that's a very successful program too. We also have what's called the Addict to Addict program. Basically, our motto is when you're ready, and then we have our phone number, which is 836-2726. And basically, when you're ready to change your life, you can just call with addiction, and we help you with your recovery, not how our recovery is, but how you define recovery. So, and then we also have a very crucial program called the Renewal Center, and that's located at 327 Elm Street in Buffalo. And basically, if you have a crisis, if you're don't know what to do with yourself and might be headed to the emergency room, go here first. And we have peers that have been through crises share, and they've been trained on how to de-escalate people's crises to the point where they don't have to go to the hospital. In fact, 98% of the people since 2018 have avoided being in the hospital as they went to the Renewal Center. So that basically sums it up. We're a huge family, and you can reach us, as Stephanie indicated, the website. But you can also reach us at 836-0822, and we'd love to have you join us. And we're fighting for our rights every day. And if you just want to be part of that, we were successful in getting health insurance coverage equal for people with mental illness. We've been successful in other things. If you want to be part of it, give the agency a call. And when the pandemic is over, we'll assist you and help you help us. Thank you. Happy ADA.
Hello, everyone. I'm Ray Frank. I'm the Director for Independent Living in the Genesee region in Batavia, New York. I'm excited to join you today in the celebration of the passage of the ADA, and I'm here in the Douglas J. Uziak Multi-Purpose Room, which is dedicated to our CEO in recognition of his years of leadership at Western New York Independent Living. Our Batavia Center was opened in 2010, and we're a team of 18 employees. We serve people with disabilities in the Genesee, Orleans, and Wyoming County area. We also provide the 5 core services that Stephanie mentioned before: independent living skills training, peer counseling, individual and systems-wide advocacy, and transition into community living. Along with the core services, there are a number of other things that we can do to support you or a loved one. We have a consumer-directed in-home aid program, otherwise known as CD Pass, and we assist you in the hiring of an aide, making it possible to continue living at home. We have Medicaid facilitated enrollers who assist anyone who's aged, blind, or disabled in completing the paper application and getting that to the Department of Social Services. A unique feature of our center is the Articulations Art Exhibition. We partner with University Heights Arts Association to offer our lobby as an exhibit space. Individual work is displayed for 3 months, and it's priced for sale by the artist. We don't take any fee or commission. So selling artwork is not a requirement, but it's an option. If there's any artist with a disability in our service area, you're very welcome to apply. Many people find out about our center due to our loan closet full of durable medical equipment that we lend out free of charge. We have wheelchairs, walkers, shower equipment, and much more, which you can use for as long as you need. And we're always seeking people to participate in our Genesee Region Advisory Committee. If you have a disability and you want to share with us what needs to be improved in the community, please reach out to me about sitting on that committee and participating in changing things in the community. I can be reached at 585-815-8501 to discuss any of our services, or you can also reach me, as Maura and Stephanie have mentioned, on the website wnyil.org/ILGR. Thank you for joining us today.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sarah Alonso, and I'm the Director of Independent Living of Niagara County. And I think one of the most interesting things about being able to go last is I can say me too. So for many of the things that everybody has mentioned, Independent Living in Niagara County is grateful to be able to offer the core services, the 5 core services as well. Independent Living in Niagara County has been part of the family of agencies of Western New York Independent Living since 2006. We have a family, my team is 17 members, and we work with people throughout Niagara County. Our focus, just like the Western New York family of agencies, is to work to educate, empower, and for the equality of people of any and all disabilities throughout Niagara County. And we strive to do this through all of our programs and services. Ray mentioned many, as did Stephanie, and we're actually fortunate to have some of the programs that Maura has as well. All of our programs and services focus on ensuring that people in the community have equal opportunities to be treated equally. We want to meet people where they're at and help people with their goals when they're ready. Independent Living in Niagara County also has an Addict to Addict program. If you know of someone in Niagara County who is ready to focus on their addiction, you can have them call 398-4333. We also have consumer-directed personal attendant services in Niagara County. If you have any questions about any of the services or programs for independent living in Niagara County, you can call me at 716-284-4131, or you can find me also on the website, wnyil.org. Have a great day, guys. Thank you so much for being here.
Hello, everybody. So I'm Bianca. I am the Youth Peer Advocacy Coordinator at West New York Independent Living. I myself am also a peer as someone with multiple disabilities. I'm really proud to be here celebrating with everyone today, and to be a part of an organization that embraces those with disabilities and our ability to obtain independence on our terms. As an advocate, I believe disability rights are human rights, and ultimately young people are an integral part of ensuring the disability rights movement continues to progress and become the next generation of disability rights leaders. Our Youth Peer Advocacy Program offers services for youth and young adults 14 to 28 years old, and they're provided by credentialed youth peer advocates. Youth peer advocates are closer to age as a young adult themselves who have had lived experience as a young person with a disability, and that allows them to uniquely relate to young people themselves. The services that we provide through these youth peer advocates is right now we're doing it both virtually and in person as needed. We offer one-on-one peer support. We have youth peer support groups, which are all virtual currently. We actually have a regularly occurring one on Tuesdays from 6 to 7:30. You can find out information on our social media sites, as well as contact youth at WNYL.org. So that's YOUTH at WNYL.org. You can contact that email address at any time to find out more information. But if you specifically are interested in that peer support group, give us a shout and we can give you more information. We also have an online peer support community, which was created by young people for them to come together and share as peer support within a safe space online. We also provide the Intro to Self-Advocacy group through Access VR pre-employment services. This allows young people looking to enter the workforce to learn how to advocate for themselves within that. Other exciting news, we have a virtual open house coming. I'm super excited. I'm ready to get some speakers in there from the youth leadership world. This is happening August 6th from 6 to 8 p.m. We have a live link right on our Facebook page. You can also, again, contact that youth at WNYL email. We're going to have young leaders speaking. We're going to have prizes. We're going to have discussion about topics that matter to young people through Q&A. And again, feel free to reach out if there's any questions. We hope you join us. This is a great opportunity to learn about what the Youth Peer Advocacy Program at WNYL looks like. But most of all, I can't forget to mention, we have a Youth Advisory Council within our program that is a group of young leaders who come together to provide feedback about what young people need now and in future programming. So this group of young people, we're really looking for additional people to come together to share about what matters to them and what their experiences have been navigating the systems to get what they need so that we can provide better services that meet those needs. So I'm extremely excited to be here today, excited to be celebrating the ADA, and thank you everybody for coming and joining us in this celebration.
Thank you, Bianca. That's a very exciting program. I also want to make sure that everybody knows that most of these programs that the directors have been talking about are available in all locations, especially our Taking Control program. Some people might not necessarily know what that is. That's a program that allows Medicaid eligible people getting personal care assistance in their home to be able to hire the person they want to do that job for them. And the members of the Winnell family of agencies act as the fiscal intermediary for that person so that they can be the employer of record. So you can hire the person you want to provide those critical care pieces in the home. And that's provided at all of the members of the family of agencies. Another item of business I have here is earlier we heard the proclamation from our county executive, Mark Polenkars, and we thank him for taking the opportunity to appear. But that isn't the only message we have. I do have an executive chamber proclamation from Mayor Byron Brown of the city of Buffalo. I want to be able to read it so that everybody gets the full effect of the proclamation. Whereas the city of Buffalo is proud to mark a major milestone in our city and nation's history, the 30th anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act. Whereas the Americans with Disabilities Act Public Law 101336 was first signed into law by the Honorable George Herbert Walker Bush on July 26, 1990. And whereas the law is considered the gold standard for disability rights, ensuring access for persons with disabilities in employment, services provided by state and local governments, equal access to private business, called public accommodations, communication services, including interpreting for persons who are deaf, and transportation. And whereas the law promotes the full equality of persons with disabilities and their right to receive services in the most integrated setting appropriate to the individual. And whereas the city of Buffalo has more than 40,000 citizens with disabilities, or approximately 16.5% of the population, according to the latest American Community Survey of the U.S. Census Bureau, with over 200 agencies in the community that provide services to them. And whereas the West New York Disability Pride Parade and Festivals moved to a virtual platform in 2020, enabling even more access and engaging all residents by showcasing a collection of videos that focus on disability pride in support of our disabled citizens who play a vital role in the community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Byron W. Brown, Mayor of the City of Buffalo, do hereby proclaim July 26, 2020 as Disability Pride Day in the City of Buffalo, and encourage everyone in the community to join with me in this great virtual celebration. In witness thereof, he sets forth his hand in the City of Buffalo on this day, July 26, 1990, Byron Brown, Mayor. It's wonderful to have the support of our community leaders in recognizing how important our contributions are. Let me take, again, another moment to thank our sponsors, including the Winnell family of agencies, Buffalo Independent Living Center, Independent Living of the Genesee Region,
videos from people
Independent Living of Niagara County, Mental Health Peer Connection, and my brain. Oh yes, and let us not forget Niagara Frontier Radio Reading Services. In addition to People Incorporated, Community Services for Everyone, Deaf Access Services, and the Independent Consumer Advocacy Network. I see that Disability Pride is ready for our next segment. There we go.
Next are some videos from people with disabilities and those serving people with disabilities in our community. Accessible academics, adaptive water sports, independent living of the Genesee region, deaf access services, fantastic friends of Western New York, New York State Dispute Resolution Association, Niagara Frontier Radio Reading Service, Cleveland Heights Christian Church, and Marcy Hope Designs. It should be noted that the following videos are not meant to be endorsements for any particular agency or organization.
Hello, I'm Barbara Bose, Accessible Academics Transition Coordinator. We are so happy to celebrate the 30th anniversary of the ADA. One of the accomplishments of the ADA is the right to reasonable disability accommodations in college. Thank you to Western New York Independent Living, Inc. for including Accessible Academics in Western New York Disability Pride 2020. Everyone is worried about what college and learning will look like in the fall. Having an expert on your side can help. This spring, when colleges suddenly closed because of COVID-19 and classes were taken online, students struggled how to connect with professors manage their schedules and submit assignments, all students were left trying to figure out how to get through the semester without the traditional structure. This was even harder for students with disabilities. Though they receive accommodations, the move to online made access to learning harder. Accessible Academics works to bridge the gap in services for students with disabilities, a mission that is even more important now with the loss of on-campus resources, since the world has gone virtual. One of our students struggled with the end of in-person classes. He lost track of assignments and due dates and didn't know how to communicate his needs with faculty. With the support of Accessible Academics, he was able to take control of his coursework. He got back on track and successfully completed the semester. He was even able to land a virtual internship over the summer, sharing what he had learned and is giving back to the community. Accessible Academics provides one-on-one coaching and tutoring for college, task, and trade school learners. We help students find learning methods that work for them to take control of their education. Accessible Academics offers workshops to support our services. We deliver services online or in person as needed. Our model promotes lifelong learning that benefits students in the classroom and in their careers. People with disabilities are often tracked into entry-level jobs in hospitality, retail, and housekeeping. They are often overlooked for promotions. This limits their income and their life experiences, and the community misses out on their contributions. Our students are given support to create meaningful careers that allow them to have an impact. Accessible Academics help students identify and achieve their goals. Students become independent in school, work, and in the community with our coaching. All of our students completed the semester successfully with a B average or better. They are now more confident entering the fall semester, even with the unknowns. Are you, or do you know a young adult with a disability who could use this support this fall? Give us a call. Our services may be free through Access VR or OPWDD self-direction. We're here to help you explore your options. You can call us at 716-492-8656 or visit our website at accessibleacademics.org. Accessible Academics, making independence accessible.
A lot of action down here at the canal side. People moving around.
Tell me what you want me to do. Yes, sir, for sure.
Steve, you want him front or back?
I don't know. She's got a little bit of a bad back here. I'd rather put him back. I don't know if it's going to be too high. I don't know. What do you got? I'm raising my pushing it. Right, Steve, I want to take a picture. Campfires, yeah. Hey, I can pretty much remember it. So you like that setup? Oh, Tom, Steve has a camera. So.
I'm Johnny. I'm 32 years old, and I like to go to Green Lake. I also like to swim. I listen to my back flows and my back flips. Thanks to my aide, Scotty. He told me all about this, and I'm glad to have such good support. And I and glad to know, to let everyone know that I'm proud to have autism.
A Deaf Journey for Accessibility. 30 years of the Americans with Disabilities Act. A time when access to communications was limited. A time when it was believed that the deaf could be fixed. There was limited support and resources for deaf people. The signing of the ADA was a turning point. Accessibility wasn't just a wish, it was now the law. It was an opportunity to change, to become better. How far we have come together has just begun. Thank you. A Deaf Journey for Accessibility.
I am not a stranger to the dark. Hide away, they say, 'cause we don't want your broken parts. I've learned to be ashamed of all my scars. Run away, they say, no one will love you as you are. But I won't let them break me down to dust. I know that there's a place for us, for we are glorious. When the sharpest words wanna cut me down, I'm gonna send the blood, gonna drown them out. I am brave, I am bruised, I am who I'm meant to be. This is me. Look out, 'cause here I come. And I'm marching on to the beat I drum. I'm not scared to be seen. I make no apologies. This is me. Another round of bullets, it's my skin. Well, fire away, 'cause today I won't let the shit sink in. We are bursting through the barricades and reaching for the sun. I'm gonna send the blood, gonna drown the mind. This is brave, this is bruised, this is who I'm meant to be. This is me. This is me. I'm gonna stand the blood. This is me.
The New York State Dispute Resolution Association, NYSDRA, is committed to the promotion of quality conflict management and peaceful dispute resolution. We are an association of community dispute resolution centers serving their communities. NYSDRA is committed to honoring and incorporating the values of inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility into our work to effectively collaborate and communicate with the communities we serve. Mediation is working together, voluntary, neutral, flexible, and empowering. In mediation, you can identify issues and talk about solutions, improve communication, build trust, improve relationships. You can find a center near you, www.nysdra.org.
Hello, my name is Mike Benson, and I'm Executive Director of Your Niagara Frontier Radio Reading Service. We give life to the printed word by reading newspapers, magazines, books, and other publications for people who are blind, have low vision, or other print disabilities. For more than 30 years, thousands of people from across Western New York and Southern Ontario have come to rely on Your Niagara Frontier Radio Reading Service to bring them news, information, and entertaining reads. The Americans with Disabilities Act means a lot for our listeners. On behalf of them and so many more, I thought I'd list just a few of the things the ADA has done for people who are blind and have low vision. In the workplace, it reduced the possibility of being discriminated against during the interview process, and it asks employers to make accommodations for their employees. In public transportation, it made travel easier by requiring bus and cab companies, airlines, transportation terminals, and more to build processes and systems to facilitate navigation by people who are blind. In the community, it established new traffic signals and street systems. It redesigned concert halls, theaters, and stadiums so everyone could enjoy music, movies, and sports. Online and on the internet, which wasn't that much of a thing 30 years ago, it set the stage so that today's websites follow a set of standards that help people who have low vision engage with their content. In the hospitality industry, restaurants and hotels alike are almost barrier-free, from making reservations to checking in to navigating halls and elevators to moving around in a room. At the grocery store and in retail outlets, shoppers get the help they need to buy what they want. And in education, from pre-K all the way to college, instruction and learning includes tools for adaptive equipment, audio notes, and other aids, so everyone can get the kind of education they desire. The big picture, the ADA has made living an independent, barrier-free life a possibility for almost everyone, so that they may realize their dreams and live their best life.
I'm Reverend Jen Heckman, pastor of Cleveland Heights Christian Church, Disciples of Christ in Cheektowaga, New York. We're a small church celebrating 99 years in our community, and we're learning how to be more welcoming to persons of various physical and mental abilities. We would like to invite you to be part of a great community of people who follow Jesus and who work together towards making a justice and compassion-filled world. We're an open and affirming congregation, committed to welcoming and affirming all people as children of God. We believe that God calls us to celebrate each person's uniqueness. In our church family, we respect the integrity of each person's identity, life, and culture. We publicly and actively welcome and affirm people of every age, race, gender, ethnicity, sexual orientation, physical and mental ability, economic status, and family structure into the full membership, leadership, ministry, and sacramental life of our congregation.
Hello, my name is Debbie. I have a visual impairment. And what does the Americans with Disabilities Act mean to me? I have both equality and accessibility to achieve any goal that I set for myself. Also, it gives me great confidence believing that I can walk alongside and not behind my non-disabled peers. I love to be someone who leads in the church. I am the chairperson for our Open and Affirming Committee and also the chairperson for our annual stewardship campaign. I am someone who loves to serve in our church. One of my most favorite things to do is serve communion during our worship. Cleveland Heights Christian Church is a great church. Everyone there is loved and valued and has an opportunity to use their God-given gifts to do great things. So if you're looking for a church that is very accepting and willing to offer you leadership, offer you friendship, Cleveland Heights Christian Church is the church that you would like to go to.
Cleveland Heights Christian Church has a fully accessible church as well as large print resources and assistive hearing devices. Right now, during the COVID-19 situation, we're holding our worship services in our parking lot at 10:30 a.m. on Sundays. We also have an option for people to connect live to that worship service via Zoom, and sermon recordings are posted on YouTube each week. We at Cleveland Heights Christian Church are here to reach out to our community and to support each other in our celebrations, sorrows, spiritual growth, and personal ministries, calling forth the gifts of God in each of us. We'd love for you to be part of our inclusive community of faith. Cleveland Heights Christian Church, Disciples of Christ. 4774 Union Road, Cheektowaga, New York, 14225, 716-632-3332, chccchurch.org.
Hello, my name is Alex Carpenter, and I'm here to talk about what the ADA and Disability Pride mean for me for Western New York's Disability Pride Festival 2020. To me, the ADA is about a level playing field and being able to have equity in the workforce and with services. One instance where this equity affected my personal life was with captions for my grandfather. Towards the end of my grandfather's life, he was completely deaf and relied only on captions for the TV and Netflix. Trying to imagine what that was like muting the TV and just watching people's lips move. The ADA helps our recovery and our journey by integrating us with society and being proud of the individuals that we are, which is why disability pride is so important. Disability pride is important because it reminds us of the challenges we have overcome and the challenges that we and others still have to face that we have to pave the way for.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Benoit, and I'm going to talk about disability pride and what it means to me. So disability pride is something that does kind of hit home to me. I work with at-risk youth in the community. The age ranges from 12 to 21. However, typically I am with older youth. So within that range, I have a lot who do fall in the LGBTQ community. And with that, I do try to stay really hard and really engaged in working to get those resources, getting everybody connected, and making sure everybody feels like they have a voice in this community. So that is just with pride things. And then to see the disability pride and being able to involve all of those with disabilities and have their own event and let them have their own pride and feel honored and that they have something for themselves that they can really enjoy is huge. I have many youth that I know I'm going to be inviting to it. I'm going to be attending, and I'm super looking forward to the fact that Disability Pride will be running virtually online this year. I know it kind of stinks that everything's online nowadays, but I'm sure this will just give us more opportunities, and you know what? It'll be an experience you'll remember forever. Yes, we were hoping for something a little bit more fun, but How many people are going to be able to say they went to virtual Disability Pride? Not many. So I really think that we should join this opportunity. And honestly, I can't wait for it, and I'm sure you can't wait either. I look forward to seeing you.
Hi, my name is Marcy Hagan, and I am a special needs mom. I have two beautiful daughters, the older of whom is 16 and has Down syndrome. She's being a little bit shy today. So this is Bethany from her Sweet 16 photo this winter. And I've always been a huge proponent of inclusion. In fact, I'm a special needs attorney, and I make sure that parents get all of the services that they need from their school district. The other thing that I've done as well is I ran a program called Ties in the Williamsville School District, where I trained high school kids to be helpers to any child with a developmental disability so that they could participate in any extracurricular or community activity that they wanted to, anything that their peers had the opportunity to do. So for example, I had Ties volunteers with Bethany in gymnastics and swim and Girl Scouts. My daughter's biggest passion is theater. She loves Broadway, she loves theater, and she has performed in a number of musicals with her typical peers. She was in Annie at ATA Theater. She performed with Lancaster Opera House in Shrek the Musical. She performs over the summer at Lancaster Opera House. There's Shrek the Musical. She was in Once on This Island. She was in Legally Blonde. This is her cast from Once on This Island, all with her typical peers. I truly believe that our kids or our family members or friends can do everything anybody else can, even if it takes them a little bit of extra time to learn how to do it. They just need a little bit of extra effort, a little bit of extra time, a little bit of extra patience. They can do anything that anybody else can. In fact, at school, Bethany is in her chorus with her typical peers. She's gone to homecoming. Again, in one of her performances, being a little bit dramatic. So disability pride means to me that my child can participate successfully in anything that any of her typical peers can. And I'm so proud of her for that. And to display my pride and to help others display their pride, I do some crafting on the side. I'm also an artist, and I do some crafting on the side so that other people can display their pride. So for example, I make purse charms or backpack charms where you can hook it right onto a purse or a backpack. This is a Down syndrome awareness with the Down syndrome colors and one of the Down syndrome charms. This is another one. We have all different types of awareness charms. And I have a number of them for other disabilities as well. So here's an autism awareness charm. Here's an autism awareness keychain. And I also make different bracelets that people could wear with the awareness charms on them. Here's an autism one with the autism colors. And here is a Down syndrome. This is a metal bracelet with a Down syndrome awareness charm, leather bracelet with a Down syndrome awareness charm. I also make these. This has some breast cancer awareness charms on them. And I sell them so that other people like me can show the world how proud they are of their family member or their friend who has a disability. If there is anyone who is interested and wants to contact me, this is my card. My name is Marcy Hagan. It's called Marcy Hope Designs. And I hope all of you have a wonderful day and enjoy this disability awareness video stream. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Here's a slideshow of previous disability prides over the years. Western New York Independent Living had the honor of interviewing two pioneers in the disability rights movement, Mike Oxford and Bob Kafka. Here are some highlights from those interviews.
The Rehabilitation Research and Training Center on Independent Living Management presents Pioneers in Disability Rights and Community Organizing. An interview with Bob Kafka.
Hi, I'm June Chaos. I'm here with Doug Usiak, interviewing Bob Kafka.
How you doing? Bob, can you begin by telling us how you got involved with community organizing and what type of community organizing you have been involved with?
Well, I suppose it started just getting involved with the local Disability Rights Coalition for Barrier-Free Living in Houston, Texas. It was at the time, sort of taking on the traditional issues, housing, architectural barriers, transportation, things like that, and had the committees. I was pretty newly injured and just got involved, and I found out pretty quickly that if you raise your hand or say you want to do something, you sort of gravitate to the chair of the committee pretty quick. So, it started there. That group actually evolved into the local Independent Living Center, and then I, also got involved, as the years went on with the state coalition, the Coalition of Texans with Disabilities, which also worked on some of the same type of issues. And it was all through the period of, 504 and the ADA. So there was a lot of sort of energy, and a lot of the stuff was brand new, in terms of that. And everybody was sort of working together, and cross disability was sort of like actually working at that time, in terms of that. People sort of really believed it and, sort of was wed to it. And some of the, balkanization that's today wasn't quite as, obvious back then. I really think you need to look for anger. You need to have somebody that really is angry about some of the situations that people with disabilities, again, and I think part of the trainings is to try to focus that anger. Anger just itself is not very, very productive, but focused anger can, I think, really start moving a person to doing that. And I think that's the passion is kind of lost in a lot of the sort of advocacy things that we see in our community. I mean, we've gotten too intellectual. And so, when we do and look for people who are going to, get involved and stay involved, you have to have that sort of like low burn going, all the time. And without the passion, it's just, usually they're not successful. The basic thing is to, getting a large number of people together communally to bring about the social change that you want. And the other key is to recognize that it's a power struggle. And that you want to change the power relationship between the situation we're in and what we call the target or the enemy, or however you want to couch it. And, I've just seen that if you don't look at things in terms of a power analysis, you're just lost. I mean, it's sort of like the difference between what I would call, when I first began the education. If we could just educate folks, we could change them. And, nobody ever says, well, what happens when they say no? And it's a game of power. And I think what community organizing about is to change that power relationship and to deal with them unequal. Because, when the power relationship is unequal, they will never deal with you. And so that's I think fundamental to community organizing, is to sort of changing that power relationship so that you're dealing with whoever, the entity is that you're trying to change, that you're dealing with them as an equal.
The Rehabilitation Research and Training Center on Independent Living Management presents Pioneers in Disability Rights and Community Organizing. An interview with Mike Oxford.
Hi, I'm June Chaos, here with Doug Usiak, and we're interviewing Mike Oxford about community organizing issues.
Mike, can you tell us how you got started in community organizing?
Sure. Actually, I got started long ago in high school.
in the Latin American Solidarity Movement. We did some local actions in Manhattan, Kansas. I was, in high school. It was a really big deal mainly around Nicaragua, where the Sandinistas had come into power and the United States was mining their harbors and things. And I remember that Secretary of State Schultz came to Manhattan, and it was a big lecture at the university there. And we went to the lecture and we snuck these banners under our shirts, and we unfurled them in the middle of the thing, U.S. out of Nicaragua, U.S. out of Central America stuff. And then we got thrown out of the lecture, and we were still kind of trying to chant and do some things, and the Secret Service were not thrilled and eventually kind of ran us off. But that was really probably the big thing that I got started in.
So how'd you transfer that into the disability movement?
Well, it seemed to me to be the same thing. It was about having a government that was open and responsive and fair and that obeyed its own laws. And oppression is oppression, whether it's based on where you live in a different country, or the color of your skin, and things like mistreatment and poverty and poor health are pretty universal issues that people worldwide need to fight against. And those are certainly issues in the disability community that have been targets of advocacy forever. If you're going to be a good organizer and in a different context, a good leader, you have to lead from the front, not from the back. And I think a lot of folks, sophisticated or not, are very aware that if you're behind pushing, going, go ahead and stick your neck out, go ahead and take a risk, and you can do it. But if you're not taking a risk yourself, if you're not out in front yourself, then they see that as not being realistic, or in fact, kind of being a little bit hypocritical. And so one thing is any risk or activity that you're asking someone to undertake, you have to be very visible and very much seen as out front and doing that yourself and pulling people as opposed to pushing. And I think that's a real key, is that it's easy to sit in an office of an agency with your budget and go, okay, all of you consumers, get out there and do that. Independent living is about risk. But then, well, I can't do this because it's a funding source, or I can't do that because I have a relationship with this state official or that legislator or so on. And people really see that, and then folks won't respond. And I just think that's probably a real key thing. And again, it's the buy-in. You just can't have unreasonable expectations. And so sometimes you have to go slow and really, be with people in very small steps until people get comfortable. And I think there's another trick. There's no recipe. It's just the folks that you know. And so you have to know who's in your group and be familiar with people in terms of what folks are comfortable with and what needs to be learned and what maybe just needs to be prodded or encouraged in terms of different activities. Maybe I'll start backwards here. Burnout, it's very real and a very serious kind of thing. And so one way is pace. You have to understand that a lot of larger issues will take a long time. Mikasa, we've been working on that over 12 years now. And you get real fired up, you get the anger, you get that going on, and you have to, if you're not careful, you'll just eat yourself up and burn up, and this is no good, and you go away. So you have to understand things take time, and there's a certain pace to it. And to a certain extent, take it easy on yourself. Sometimes it's hard to know when that's going on, and then that's when your friends and your peers will kind of maybe help you out. You're getting a little off the wall here, and maybe relax. It looks like you're awful tired. I know that you're hurting real bad and so on, just physical pain, and let's relax. And so you have to rely on your friends and peers to help you and trust their judgment. And just knowing that, and sometimes shift gears. I look at, in terms of organizing, as sort of like concentric circles. And the smallest circle is the hardcore, busy all the time kind of circle. Around that circle, and that's sometimes a smaller group, around that circle is another group of folks that are very committed and active, but it's not like the major, hard driving piece, but they're going to be active. They're going to come to meetings. They're going to come to a demonstration. They're going to write the letter, help make the sign, and so on. And there's a third circle around that that's sort of like the supporter circle. Is folks that are behind you and they're with you, but for whatever reasons aren't going to be real active, a little uncomfortable. They want to learn more, increase their knowledge base, and things like that. And then what you have to be able to do and be okay with is that you drift back and forth between those circles, and that it is okay to do that. And you don't have to be 24-hour hardcore. If you're not willing to be arrested every day for the rest of your life, then you're not good enough or something. You have to be okay with moving back and forth out of those circles, so you can rest up and then let other folks take turns doing other different things. And that's what I found works really well. In terms of an example of a major mistake that was way too much anger and not enough sense was, I really hope that a major piece of my legacy will be that there are honest, independent living, home and community options and services as opposed to institutions. And I hope my legacy is that the last institution closes before I die. And that's probably the major thing that I really want to see happen.
Okay.
We owe it to everybody and ourselves to be active and be a part of our government and a part of our community. And that does not just always mean going along and listening to what the talking head says. I think we have an obligation to find out things, to look into issues, to seek out alternative sources of news and information, and to be a part of our communities and our local and state government. I think a lot of times people forget about local government, and there are county commissions and city councils where you can get a lot done, and it's very close to you.
The New York State Disability Rights Hall of Fame recognizes individuals who have made lifelong achievements which positively impact people with disabilities in society. Areas of lifelong achievement include improving public policy and program services, advancing new knowledge and/or concepts, eliminating barriers, and promoting a positive image for people with disabilities. Here are highlights from the induction ceremonies from 2018, the inaugural class, and 2019.
This newly formed Hall of Fame, which it's really hard for me to put into words. I'm feeling very emotional, which is it's not like my usual thing.
This is the inaugural Disability Rights Hall of Fame induction. We're just so excited that we can finally recognize some of the really key and important players who have been so powerful and impactful.
To understand the movers and shakers in our own history is critical to protecting our movement.
And, we all see the difference it makes in people's lives, and that's something we can celebrate tonight, as well as we celebrate all the people that make that happen.
It's a wonderful opportunity to step back and recognize how far the disability community has come and to honor the achievements of people who have paved the way to the future.
True leaders are not just in it for themselves. They don't try creating something that's going to die with them. They walk ahead of us. They lay the path for us to follow so that we can carry on the mission when they're gone.
And the fight never ends until that moment comes that we step across that doorway onto the next plane.
We have battles, people. We have real battles to fight. How we will survive, how people will get care they need.
Because no person stands alone in the struggles
of equal rights for any one person.
This was for all of those in her life who inspired her, loved her, encouraged her, and worked side by side with her, changing the world one person at a time.
Helping others and making things possible for people with disabilities.
To just say that, these are the pioneers in the movement. These are the people who were here before there was an ADA and before there was a Section 504 of the Rehab Act.
It's a wonderful thing to do this in New York. This is the hotbed of disability rights. Everybody thinks it's Berkeley. We know the truth. Thanks, everybody.
I can't separate being a person with a disability from being anything else,
We're doing because we have to survive.
Next are some videos from the Independent Consumer Advocacy Network, in addition to being a sponsor of Disability Pride, is the New York State Ombuds program for people with Medicaid who need long-term care or behavioral health services. We assist New Yorkers with enrolling in and using managed care plans that cover long-term care or behavioral health services.
Hello, my name is Emmett Crehan, and I'm with Western New York Independent Living. And I want you to know that the program that I'm going to talk about today is called the Independent Consumer Advocacy Network Program, which is located at Western New York Independent Living, but is also part of a statewide program. An ICANN representative is somebody who basically is a subcontractor to the people that hold the statewide grant for ICANN services, their Community Service Society of New York. And we want you to know that what they are dedicated to doing is through their various subcontractors, like the ICANN office at Western Independent Living, is to provide a learning community of advocates dedicated to self-determination of Medicaid managed care consumers in New York State. What does ICANN do? They have a toll-free helpline. They have a statewide network of community-based organizations that they work with. They educate and advocate for people who want or get Medicaid long-term care through managed care plans. Their services are free, confidential, and independent from all health insurance companies and healthcare providers.
and we are funded by the New York State Department of Health. We serve independent consumers who are participating in or eligible for the different healthcare plans in New York State that involve Medicaid, like the MLTC plans, the managed Medicaid care plans with long-term services and supports, and the HARP plans, which often deal with mental health or behavioral issue consumers. We do about 5 different things. We maintain our network, we provide education, we provide the helpline, we provide sentinel services, monitoring issues and cases and report them to the New York State Department of Health. And we also provide advocacy in individual cases. So when we provide those services, we do it one-on-one, and we can be reached obviously through the helpline or through the Western New York Western Independent Living Office number. We talk to people about any issues related to health insurance, and we try to provide advice all the way through any individual advocacy at the insurance company level, or in helping the consumer pursue any complaints they might have at the state level through the Office of Temporary Disability hearing officers. You have to understand that as a network, if you're outside our catchment area, we'll probably refer you to another CSS/ICANN subcontractor. For example, in Rochester would be Legal Assistance of Western New York. And also for certain issues within our catchment area, we work with another CSS subcontractor, Neighborhood Legal Services, who often provides legal representation and fair hearings, which are the ultimate Medicaid appeal. In our community education, we try to provide education to consumers, caregivers, and professionals. And we also maintain our hotline at 844-614-8800. And we can have your answers in Spanish, Russian, Chinese. And there are other sentinel issues that we report to the New York State Department of Health that we discover by virtue of handling our cases. Most of our cases deal with MLTC, which is the Managed Long-Term Care Medicaid. And we provide our services based on consumer needs of about 5 different areas. Basic orientation to insurance, eligibility for insurance, helping people enroll in insurance, helping people access care in insurance, and helping people who have had services denied. So we want you to know that we serve a diverse population by language and race, and we're doing our best to help people do their best, live the lives they want to lead. We know that people know what is in their own best interests, and we just try to provide them assistance when they try to access what they need to serve their own best interests. We also know that people, by the time they get to us, experience stress, and we're try to help them deal with that as well. We want you to know that we have to work within channels at times, but we try not to be too bureaucratic. And we also want you to know that there is other services that we can put you in contact with at Western New York and with other service providers in the community if you have issues like housing and say Medicare. So if you have any further questions, I would just ask you to call our office. Thank you.
Disability Pride performance veteran Sajid Desai is with us again to share his musical talents with us. Four leaders in the disability rights movement, Douglas J. Uziak, Denise Figueroa, James Wiseman, and Judith Heumann, speak on what the ADA has meant to them and for people with disabilities across the country.
The impact of the Americans with Disabilities Act, I believe, nationally, is that it's put the country on notice that people with disabilities are to be taken seriously.
Doug Uziak is the CEO of Western New York Independent Living. He says the Americans with Disabilities Act has impacted all areas of life, from transportation, employment, communication, government, and voting.
You know, if you want to look at the impact in my own life, the advancement in technology. Losing my sight back in 1974 in the Army, for years, as a person who voted, you know, I either went in with my mother initially or my girlfriend to vote, or then one time I even took my daughter in so she could push the levers down. But I never had that privacy and the independence to vote. Now, if it wasn't for the Americans with Disabilities Act, there would have not been a consideration for people with disabilities to vote independently and privately. And I have to say, when that was first primary came in and they had a centralized accessible voting machine, I went in, I got chills after 25 years.
As for technology, the ADA was the impetus to help new developments come about. A lawsuit over the accessibility of smartphones helped to make them more accessible, but everyone can enjoy the voice command and other features that they now sport. Then there's the other everyday items that we take for granted. Doug says you can thank the ADA for spurring on creativity.
Now we see that the various smart technologies that engage with your thermostats just by voice activation, and it can give you a monitor your washing machine, tell you what's happening in your refrigerator or dishwasher. All of that was a result of research on getting to appliances and technologies to meet the standards that were created within the ADA. And now we're seeing it becoming a mainstream product.
Doug says it's important for advocates and agencies to monitor court cases because so-called small decisions can set a precedent for larger future cases. Doug refers to the ADA as the bridge to full inclusion.
We're not in the recipe as people with functional limitations and disabilities. The law, unfortunately or fortunately, created a mechanism that not only can people with disabilities challenge the barriers that get put up, but the systems out there can also challenge the law itself. And the unfortunate aspect about most decisions in court is that limits and focuses the impact of the Americans with Disabilities Act. And every time it gets contested, the rights of people with disabilities are always challenged. So as we move forward with the Americans with Disabilities Act as a baseline, it behooves us, especially advocates and people with disabilities, to make sure that the Americans with Disabilities intent gets built into future regulations, future regulatory developments, like we see in the building standards.
That's known as universal design, which helps people with and without disabilities alike. Know your rights and responsibilities under the ADA. Connect with the Northeast ADA Center at northeastada.org.
A white screen appears, then the 30th anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act logo breaks like stone across the screen. Denise Figueroa is the executive director of the Independent Living Center of the Hudson Valley.
It seems like it was just yesterday that the ADA was passed in some respects, and it's hard to believe it's been 30 years that's gone by since the ADA was passed. There have been a lot of changes. I think it's had a tremendous impact on the lives of people with disabilities. There's so much more that needs to be done, and so much more that could be done as a result of the ADA.
Video of the signing of the Americans with Disabilities Act at the White House.
Denise Figueroa is the executive director of the Independent Living Center of the Hudson Valley. She was also on the National Council on Independent Living Board of Directors, or NICL, when the Americans with Disabilities Act was passed in 1990. The organization worked at the national, state, and local levels to boost support for the passage of the ADA.
I think that one of the things that sticks out in my mind is how we were able to bring such a broad coalition of people together. It wasn't just NICL, it wasn't just the independent living movement, but the independent living movement provided a lot of the bodies for those marches and for the crawl up the Capitol steps, and for the marches on the White House. But we also had a broad-based coalition of disability organizations, of parent groups, of people with developmental disabilities, the National ARC and UCP National, and just so many groups that got together and supported this effort. And we haven't seen that on many bills.
Shots of restaurants and a movie theater followed by people working in an office.
Denise says the Americans with Disabilities Act has had a tremendous impact on the lives of people with disabilities, but there is much more that needs to be done. Many restaurants, bars, and movie theaters are more accessible than ever before. Curb cuts are another easily identifiable result of the ADA. One of the big issues, though, where significant progress still needs to take place is in the realm of employment for people with disabilities. Some strides have been made, but the unemployment rate for people with disabilities is still at more than 60% in the United States. There's also another major issue that needs addressing.
We are still struggling with the issue of institutionalization of people with disabilities. There's the nursing home, folks who end up in nursing homes unnecessarily because we don't have enough home care services, because housing still needs to be more accessible and affordable. One of the biggest issues is because we aren't working, a lot of people with disabilities can't afford to live in the community in fair market housing, and there's just not enough subsidized accessible housing. So they end up, particularly if they've had an accident or acquired a disability at a later age, their home may not be accessible, and they end up landing in nursing homes. And as a result, they get stuck there, and we still have this institutional bias in terms of the funding that's available instead of getting people out of nursing homes and into the community and making that their first choice, their right to be in the community. We struggle to get them out.
Video of COVID-19 sign and graphic of the virus.
The issue of institutionalization has taken center stage during COVID-19 because of the high rates of infection and death in places like nursing homes.
It just highlights the fact that those settings are dangerous places to be, that disease and viruses spread like wildfire in those places. And when you can't get out, when you don't have the options to get out, you're more in danger.
Advocates are continuing to work to improve community living options for people with disabilities. Know your rights and responsibilities under the ADA. Connect with the Northeast ADA Center at northeastada.org.
A white screen appears, then the 30th anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act logo breaks like stone across the screen. Shot of Jim Weissman on a Zoom recording, followed by video of busy sidewalk full of people and aerial shots of New York City.
James Weissman has been a disability rights attorney for more than 40 years and is the president and CEO of United Spinal Association in New York City. He says the Americans with Disabilities Act was needed.
Up until ADA, non-discrimination meant passive non-discrimination, right? You treat everybody the same way, and you haven't discriminated.
Shots of subways.
For example, he sued a major city's transit system in 1979 to make buses and subways accessible.
Their responsive pleading in their motion to dismiss our case was that they don't discriminate. They do not post signs that say no handicapped allowed, and they allow people, I'm not making this up by the way, they allow people to crawl up the stairs or down the stairs if they have. So how could they're treating everyone even-handedly?
James says even worse was their response when he sued them under a public buildings law at the same time, which required new or renovated buildings that were likely to be used by people with disabilities, including transportation terminals, to be accessible. The transit system argued,
it couldn't have meant the subway because it said buildings likely to be used by the handicapped. And since the subway is completely inaccessible, how could it possibly have meant that? So people were unashamed.
Video of passenger trains.
The reality is there is still a long ways to go when it comes to some of the aspects of making transportation in cities accessible, including at train stations. In one major city, only about a quarter of the train stations are accessible. In another court case James was involved in, there was a pool in a town that
wouldn't admit a wheelchair user who was a resident at the town pool, who happened to be a silver medalist in a Paralympic swimming event. So she probably swam better than almost everyone who used the pool. And they testified that disabled people would be dangerous to themselves and dangerous to everyone else in the public pool.
Video of the signing of the Americans with Disabilities Act at the White House in July of 1990.
James was involved in helping to craft some of the policy for the actual ADA law because of his legal experience. He worked on the transportation and judiciary aspects.
For me, the ADA is the most important thing I've ever been involved with, and I was a small part of being involved with it. And I still felt like this is the best thing I've ever done, you know. It was 2 years of my life, and I developed relationships with people that I still have that we worked on ADA with.
James attended the ADA signing ceremony at the White House in 1990.
And it's happening right in front of me. I'm going to watch this actually happen. And I kept looking around to see if everybody, like, is everyone glowing like I am? I felt like I was a foot off the ground. And President Bush signs the bill, and he goes to hand a pen to Reverend Harold Wilkie, who is a bilateral amputee at the shoulders, who had stepped up to take a pen. And in an incredibly adroit move, he grabs the pen with his foot and sticks it in his, I think he stuck it in his pocket. And it was and you know, Bush had this big smile on, and Wilkie had this big smile. And it was this little silly metaphor for me that stayed with me all these years. That's the ADA, you know, people can get it done. Just because you don't think it can be done doesn't mean it can't be done. And if a person with a disability says they can do something and you assume they can't, you're probably wrong.
Know your rights and responsibilities under the ADA. Connect with the Northeast ADA Center at northeastada.org.
One, I do have to read because the person will be reading the captioning to get the answer. Can you talk a little bit about the divide between the deaf community and the disability community, Judy? And then we'll get ready for the last question.
I don't know that there's a divide. I mean, I know that there's different philosophies from some people who are deaf and don't consider themselves to have a disability, that it's linguistic, etc. And I'm not going to get into an argument on that. At the end of the day, deaf people benefit from the ADA and from 504 and from IDEA, and deaf people want to be able to benefit from these pieces of legislation. They want to be able to get the education and jobs that they need. And if they're experiencing discrimination, to be able to deal with it. They're definitely very involved in advancing technology and abilities for communication. And many deaf people are not just deaf. You know, when I worked at CIL in Berkeley, now I came from Brooklyn, but and actually when I went to Camp Junaid, and this wasn't a part of the film because these young women were not there at this time, but when I went to Camp Junaid, there were a couple of summers where there were 3 deaf women, young women, teenagers. And that's when I first started learning sign language. That's when I was first exposed to, you know, being with deaf people and learning more about deaf culture, and learning about how the speech therapist who told me don't learn sign language, it will not allow them to learn how to speak English. And knowing, like, how crazy was that? I had no intention of following that. They couldn't read my lips. We needed to, you know, be respectful of their language. So anyway, that's the way I feel about that. And when we think about, you know, some of the amazing leaders and organizations like National Association of the Deaf and the World the World Federation of the Deaf and leaders that have come out of the deaf community, and they are working in a cross-disability way. So at the end of the day, I think we each may have different kinds of accommodations that we need based on the type of disability that we have. But I don't believe that any deaf people want me to say that discrimination against them is not the same as discrimination against me because they don't have a disability and I do. They're being discriminated against because of their disability, and they can define it as they will, but I'll support their right to be a part of IDEA and ADA and on and on.
Symphony conductor James DePriest, who contracted polio as a young man, profiles 3 people with disabilities whose lives have been shaped by the struggle for equal rights in the short movie, My Country. In the movie, he draws parallels between racial barriers and the barriers faced by people with disabilities.
In black and white film footage, thousands of people stand below the Lincoln Memorial. A dark-haired woman faces microphones.
Over half a century ago, contralto Marian Anderson electrified America, singing on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial. In April of 1939, she hoped to perform here at Constitution Hall in Washington, D.C. But the Daughters of the American Revolution who owned the hall refused to suspend their Jim Crow policy barring black performers.
Headlines, artists protest ban on Marian.
When the facts became known, Eleanor Roosevelt publicly resigned from the DAR.
Mrs. Roosevelt quits DAR over Anderson snub.
A few weeks later, Marian Anderson accepted the Secretary of the Interior's invitation to perform instead on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial. It was a defining moment in the struggle for civil rights.
Looking out at the packed crowd, Anderson smiles. Next, in color, a bearded man stands outside a columned building.
I'm James DePriest, and Marian Anderson was my aunt. I grew up in a home full of 3 things: love, music, and dreams. Most of those dreams have been realized, and today I conduct orchestras around the world. But I never imagined that one day I'd become a person with a disability.
Okay, try.
At the age of 26, while conducting in Bangkok, Thailand, I contracted polio. Literally overnight, my world changed. Oh, I was still a young conductor with ambition, but suddenly walking was a challenge. Stairs loomed large, and concert halls without ramps were everywhere.
On a stage, DePriest conducts an orchestra. DePriest sets aside a music stand. A dark-haired man places one hand on DePriest's shoulder. They hug one another.
As obstacles I'd never noticed before became a part of my daily life, I quickly learned that the intentional walls of discrimination and the physical barriers confronting people with disabilities have the same effect. Both deny access.
Next, a bearded man addresses a conference room.
People do not see us as a person. They are afraid of us because we look different.
When people see somebody with a disability, all this stuff kicks in. People's vulnerability about whether or not they might become disabled, or people feeling guilty about the fact that they are not disabled and I am.
A man using a wheelchair lift.
I don't want to pay. Why should I? I'm a human being like everybody else. I don't want to be treated that way.
13 years after that historic Lincoln Memorial concert, the racial barriers came down here at Constitution Hall. But it took another 50 years for other barriers to fall, and it required an act of Congress to make it happen.
George H.W. Bush.
This historic act is the world's first comprehensive declaration of equality for people with disabilities. The first.
The Americans with Disabilities Act was signed by President Bush on the South Lawn of the White House on July 26, 1990. This landmark civil rights law gave people with disabilities the same legal rights that other minorities had fought so hard to achieve. Discrimination against people with disabilities is now illegal.
On a stage, President Bush shakes hands with men using wheelchairs. In the audience, a man wearing sunglasses holds up a white cane with a small U.S. flag attached to it. My Country.
As an African American, I know the crucial importance of America's civil rights laws. And as a person with a disability, I know that attitudes, not architectural or communication barriers, are at the heart of all discrimination. Laws can change behavior, but they can be no more than a blueprint for changes in attitude. There are currently 49 million people with disabilities in this country. If attitudes of discrimination are to change, it's time America gets to know us as people, not categories. And that is what this program is all about. Meet Kathy Martinez.
In a bowling alley, a dark-haired woman rolls a ball. The ball knocks down bowling pins.
What I get? 8. Cool. People aren't going to think you're blind.
Many people perceive, when they think of a blind person, they have an image that blind people, live in total darkness.
A gutter ball.
Oh, Jorge. I've lost my technique. My vision is pretty limited. I can see pretty much light and dark and occasional shadows, no color.
13-year-old Jorge Cohn is Kathy's godson.
Martinez faces a lane.
Start more on the right side.
She rolls her green ball down the lane.
Oh, that was way too far to the right.
Why didn't you just put in the gutter and roll it?
Now a black and white photograph of a dark-haired toddler.
I was born blind. 2 years later, my mom had another blind kid. Peggy is my sister. She can see a little more than I can. We are the 2 middle children of 6 kids, and there's no real medical diagnosis.
Photos of the young Martinez sisters.
In the Martinez family's neighborhood of California orange groves, chemical poisoning was suspected but never proved. But whatever the cause of their blindness, Kathy and Peggy were embraced by their family.
My parents were not ashamed of me, and I think for people with disabilities, shame is such a major factor, or, being an embarrassment to their families. And I feel like my parents really, truly, deep down in their souls, were not ashamed of Peggy and I. I really do.
In 1963, Kathy started kindergarten at her neighborhood school, only after her mother put up a fuss, of course.
My mom did not want us to go to a school for the blind. She treated us like she treated the other kids. We had responsibilities. We had to do the dishes. We had to clean the bathroom. We had to rake the leaves.
But to the rest of the world, Kathy was different.
Come on, Kath. There's nothing to be afraid of.
When she was 10, she was cast in an episode of Lassie.
The storyline was that there was a group of blind kids going on a picnic, and I played the part of a girl who was really timid and really scared and, hadn't been around a lot of active, boisterous kids, and so everything scared her.
What was that? It was just a heart, Kathy.
And the story kind of unfolds where the girl trips and stumbles and is terrified and just scared of Lassie and scared of moving around alone. And Lassie and the Ranger and I spend the rest of the episode in a situation where I, kind of take my first steps of independence.
Did you feel special? Was it cool?
I got tired of it, frankly, because I was being represented as this super kid.
I made it. I made it. I really made it.
You did. You really did.
Blind children will receive Braille books.
And not just on Lassie. Kathy and Peggy became the darlings of their hometown newspaper. Kathy the blind skipper, Kathy the blind judo expert, Kathy on the Braille Institute swim team, and as a part of the Blind Bikers Club.
I think, once again, it sort of plays into that low expectation thing, where if we do what average kids do, average kids go swimming, average kids attend judo classes, but if a blind kid does it, then it's something special.
A photo of Martinez in a graduation gown.
I graduated from high school, and I went to the Orientation Center in January of 1977. And I figured that there were certain skills I did need. My family prepared me very well for many things, but I really needed to learn how to get around in the world independently as a blind person.
A man stir-fries vegetables.
Am I dropping any of this stuff off the wall?
If you did, they're pretty heavy vegetables, and you'd probably hear them hit the stove.
The Orientation Center for the Blind in Berkeley teaches cooking.
A woman reads Braille.
In melon.
That's it.
Braille.
Should I be feeling the curb?
Yes.
And most importantly, mobility training to 100 people a year.
Good.
But Kathy's experience here went beyond the essentials.
Next, a dorm room with 2 beds and 2 desks.
I remember this room specifically when I think of my awakening to learning about civil rights for people with disabilities, because I remember being here after having been given a pamphlet in Braille, and I remember I couldn't wait to get into the room alone to read it. I remember sitting right here and putting it on my lap and reading, "Come and defend your civil rights." We demand our civil rights, stand by no more.
One of the longest takeovers of a federal building in United States history was now underway.
It is by far the largest and longest protest ever organized by disabled people in this area.
For 25 days, more than 100 people with disabilities took over the HEW building in San Francisco. They were protesting the Carter administration's refusal to enforce Section 504 of the Federal Rehabilitation Act. 504 required that anyone receiving federal money must be accessible to people with disabilities. But 4 years later, virtually none of the country's federally funded schools, hospitals, or transportation were accessible. Tired of waiting for the regulations to be published, protesters in San Francisco and 5 other cities intended to force the issue.
All of a sudden I realized that I wanted to be a part of it. And I had to be very careful because I was a student in this school and I didn't want to get kicked out. So I would go and hang back. I would be on the edge of the demonstrations, and definitely I followed it every day on the news because it was covered daily. And for me, it was a real turning point in terms of my involvement in advocating for the rights of people with disabilities.
Noble, moving, and what I believe to be effective effort.
On April 28, 1977, more than 3 weeks after the takeover began, the Carter administration backed down, signing the 504 regulations. It was a key victory for the emerging disability rights movement.
Protesters carry signs.
I think I knew when I was 19 years old in 1977 that I would probably work in the disability advocacy movement.
Now a subway car speeds down a dark tunnel. Martinez sits on a seat. As sunlight shines through a window, Martinez puts on sunglasses.
For almost 2 decades now, disability rights has been at the center of Kathy's life. In 1992, Kathy wanted to organize a support group for women living with HIV and AIDS. Bunny! The first person to join was Bunny Knuckles, HIV positive after 32 years of drug and alcohol abuse.
Bunny hugs Martinez.
Months. When I met Bunny, she'd been out of prison for about 2 months. I felt like she probably didn't trust me when we initially met. Why should she? And I thought, these women probably think, well, who the heck does she think she is and what can she teach us? But I thought, you know, the way to do it was just to continue to show up. And I talked about my experience being blind, and we had a lot of common experiences: discrimination, lack of access to certain services, and just kind of people's perception of us as women with disabilities.
The first time I met her, it was like, it was in a room and it was making so much noise. We was laughing, and it was like, well, this woman's not blind, you know. I think she can see. I mean, this was what I thought this, you know. She said, no, I'm blind. I said, you know, and she knew so much she could tell, you know, she could tell me what kind of earrings I had on. She said, oh, you got on new earrings today, you know what I'm saying? And it was like, I said, no, if she can do all this blind, and I got eyes, you know, I just got the virus, that I can survive too, you know? And so she really made me strong.
How's Cheryl Fack?
She let us know that we weren't alone. We had other people hearing about us that didn't have the virus, but they had disabilities. Because I think she's on the 14th Street Clinic.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Because they probably haven't known any other blind people. Then of course they would feel that my situation was worse because I had a really obvious disability. How is Carol?
She's in this house. What you call it?
AIDS discrimination, though illegal under the ADA, is still rampant in America. Kathy thinks, like most forms of discrimination, it's based largely on fear.
What I see?
Do you see Danita?
No.
You see?
Oh, Danita died.
Shut up.
She died. Danita.
How'd she die?
Yeah, she got really sick. And she got really sick.
Bunny herself was doing well. She's off drugs, she says, off the streets, and working hard to help not only herself, but other people living with HIV and AIDS.
I want all people, not just me. I'm not for just Bunny. I want anybody that's got a disability or the virus. I feel the same about them as I do about Bunny.
How many of you are familiar with the Americans with Disabilities Act? Yes, say yes. Say no. Yeah.
This morning, Kathy is a guest speaker at Berkeley's Orientation Center for the Blind. She and this group of newly blind students swap stories of discrimination.
You know, one of the experiences I had and thought I was kind of alone with it was the age discrimination. That was before my sight went. And it was a case of if I was too old to be considered, then they talked to my companion about what I wanted for lunch.
Oh,
Or
sure.
breakfast.
We've all been through that too.
And then I experienced it again as my sight went, and my companion got the change for my money.
Too much attention can be equally insulting.
You know, when people ask you if you need help, I think that they genuinely mean well, and I usually accept it. If people assume you need help, that's when I get offended.
I think the whole general public has no clue, you know, of what we can do.
Using white canes, Martinez and a blind woman walk down a sidewalk. A woman feeds a dollar bill into a machine.
There it goes.
Whoa.
You made it work.
Okay.
Bingo. So get your money. It's down to lower. There you go, right there.
Kathy volunteers to be Jerry Greer's mobility coach for the afternoon.
This is the actual BART machine. Now, given that we have change, here's the change slot.
Martinez guides Greer's hand.
Right here.
Kathy takes Jerry on a personal tour of San Francisco subway.
And then you just try to make a straight shot. At rush hour, you'll hear traffic.
Ticket in hand, Jerry tries entering the system.
Okay. So we got to pull the ticket at the same time you walk in through the gate, okay?
Okay.
So go. Go.
The women step through a fare gate.
Now.
All right.
You made it.
Jerry lost her sight just last year from glaucoma. The disease blinded her overnight.
And then, are you okay with escalators?
I've never been on one.
Really? Okay.
Together, they navigate their way up the escalator to the subway platform.
At the end of this barricade, you'll go pretty much straight into a door. Now, you can hear where the door is open. Listen. Hear that?
Yeah.
So we're going on, okay?
All right.
Now, this edge detection thing right here means this is the edge of the track. So
Bumpy material lines the edge of the platform.
we're on.
All right.
Next to grocery store.
You need a shopping cart?
No, I think we can handle it just with a basket.
All righty.
Can I
Wanna
grab
hold
onto
on?
you?
Yeah.
You got it.
Ready?
I want Calistoga lemon.
Okay. Sparkling.
There you go.
Lemon flavor?
You got it.
Okay.
You got it. Here, let's get a couple of
How many? They only have 2 out.
Oh, well, that's all we're getting then. Do you help a lot of people here?
Oh, yeah.
You do?
And I help a lot of blind people.
You do?
So it make it fun because, you know, I learn a lot. And I ask them a lot of questions and stuff. They had a dog with them.
Stores like this one recognize that with an aging population, the number of people with disabilities and their buying power will increase. Already, it's billions of dollars a year.
7, 8. Thank you.
Okie dokie. Laura, hi, it's Kathy Martinez from WID. My job at the World Institute on Disability is increasing the participation of people with disabilities in international development.
Right, the changing face of disabilities is a concern of the disability rights movement of it.
This computer allows me to do my job. It allows me to essentially be a productive citizen and pay taxes because
The Americans with Disabilities Act guarantees that Kathy's employers will provide the accommodations she needs to do her job, if her requests are reasonable and affordable under the law.
I think this particular speech program was approximately $400. But in comparison to the fact that I pay $8,000 in taxes each year, approximately, I think it's a good trade-off.
According to a survey by the Sears Corporation, only 3% of their reasonable accommodations under the ADA cost more than $1,000. The vast majority, 69%, cost absolutely nothing.
A Braille typing machine.
Okay, all clear?
Okay. Greer uses a table saw.
If disabled people are put into jobs, it's a hell of a lot better for the economy than to keep us down on a dole on which we can barely survive.
Greer measures wood.
Perfecto.
All right.
The ADA is sort of a capstone on the efforts of people with disabilities struggling for their rights. I mean, it's a huge turning point in the history of people with disabilities.
Keep up the good work.
Thanks, you too.
Using a motorized wheelchair, a woman with short red hair glides away from Martinez.
When I contracted polio in 1962, the Americans with Disabilities Act was just a glimmer of an idea. The country had other preoccupations, among them Vietnam. Meet Huey Walker.
A mustached man snaps off the ends of a green bean.
And the best way to cook these?
Oh.
You don't want to cook them till they get soggy, so you want to keep them firm. Now, most country people like them soggy, and that's why I grew up with them.
Huey Walker lives only 5 miles from where he grew up.
Shade trees surround large white houses.
Georgetown, South Carolina still looks much like it did before the Civil War. This small southern town has always been the hub of rural Georgetown County.
Storefronts face a street.
Huey's family lived 40 miles out of town in Conway.
Next, in black and white film footage, people plow fields with mules.
Like most of their black neighbors in the 50s, the Walkers still sharecrop tobacco, working a white farmer's land in return for a tiny share of the profits.
As far back as I can remember, growing up, it was pretty tough. My stepfather was a sharecropper. Didn't make a lot of money, got a lot of kids to feed.
11, in fact.
Soldiers escort black students.
In the Jim Crow South, schools were segregated. The Ku Klux Klan was active, and poor blacks like Huey were careful to know their place.
A huge cross burns.
There were white-only signs everywhere, colored signs. Even at the doctor's office, it was white and colored. The water fountain was white and colored. The movie theater, you had to go upstairs in the balcony, and it was just everywhere.
A neon sign on a brick building, colored balcony. Now a truck drives past the factory.
Georgetown's primary employer was the paper mill. But in 1965, when Huey graduated from high school, the paper mill still had a whites-only hiring policy. For Huey, moving up meant moving out.
There was just no opportunity here. Couldn't afford to go to college at the time. And there was just no jobs available except for farming.
In February of 1966, Huey joined the Army.
A photo of a young Huey Walker.
By September, his platoon was on its way to Vietnam.
He poses with his platoon.
While I was there, I wanted to be a good soldier. I wanted to be out front. I wanted to be their first man, and I was point man for most of the time I was there.
Advancing through the jungle in a V formation, the platoon's point man was the most exposed to enemy fire.
I think at the time, the average point man life then was 21 days, and I lasted about 8 months.
Intense fighting both on the ground, inside the buffer zone, and in the air sends Vietnam casualty figures to a new high.
Within 1 month of arriving in Vietnam, a third of Huey's platoon, 7 of his buddies, were killed by the Viet Cong. Inevitably, the war changed Huey.
It made me harder. It kind of turned my soul to stone. You just kind of lost your heart. You had to.
A corpse lies on the ground. Now 3 men stride across a beach.
The day before he was hit, Huey and his friend, the chaplain, went swimming in the South China Sea.
Men run through waves.
A friend of mine was Catholic, gave me a rosary, and I wore it most of the time when I was in Vietnam. And I took it off that day. And the next day, about 1:30 in the afternoon, I got hit.
Within seconds, Huey and a friend were lying wounded on the jungle floor.
Soldiers fire across a meadow.
He shot me. I went down. He shot the guy behind me. He goes down. He got up. He shot him again. He goes back down, and he shot him again.
The dead and wounded are evacuated to a safe area to await the rescue choppers.
Medevaced out, doctors remove the bullet that lodged near Huey's spine.
Troops carry a soldier toward a helicopter.
He was paralyzed from the waist down.
The helicopter lifts off.
When they finished the operation, I was out for a couple of days, I guess. And when I woke up, it was real hot. And I was kind of afraid to open my eyes. I thought maybe I was dead and maybe I was in hell.
He smiles. In a photo, he grips hand weights.
It wasn't hell, it was rehab. And Huey was lucky to be alive. During his year in VA hospitals, Huey slowly adjusted to his new life.
Next, soldiers carry a casket past an airplane.
I came back in '68. I came home because one of my best friends got killed in Vietnam, and I came to his funeral.
A uniformed man folds a U.S. flag.
The detail that brought him to bury him wanted to eat at a restaurant in Hemingway, and they wouldn't serve the black soldiers.
In Georgetown, the colored-only signs were slowly coming down, but for Huey, new barriers were going up. Steps were a constant problem, but Huey found attitudes even more difficult.
Because the difficult thing, particularly about going out, they didn't know how to talk to you. They'd talk to whoever was with you and ask them about you. Sometimes people come up and give you $1. That happens sometimes.
Walker wheels along a dock.
Oh, look at the alligator.
What?
I'm serious. I'm serious. There's an alligator. It is. Right
No. Oh, y'all need to call the animal patrol.
Probably.
From the time she was little, Huey's daughter Jackie adored her father.
You know, he spent time with me, played softball with me, taught me how to do a lot of things. Even taught me how to fish.
Now a restaurant.
Where we sitting at?
I don't know.
Huey married Jackie's mother, Helen, shortly after he returned from Vietnam.
Right there.
By the time she was in kindergarten, Jackie was used to her playmates' questions about her father's disability.
You know, how did he get in and out of bed? You know, things like that. And I used to tell him my mother helped him. You know, can he drive? And I used to explain to him when he first got his van, how the thing worked, the handle. They asked a lot of questions, but it's not a stupid question because, you know, people that don't have that handicap, they would like to know, you know, how does he do this, you know, do that. So it doesn't bother me to explain.
Walker drives a van.
I would have loved to have been with her on her first prom night. To see her off the prom, see her dressed up. I missed that.
When Huey and Helen were divorced in 1985, Jackie and her mother moved into an older house with front porch steps. But as Huey's friend Lena Myers reminds him, when she was young, barriers went far beyond steps.
Walker wheels up a ramp.
They just weren't equipped for a person with a disability at that time.
When Lena was 16 months old, she was run over by a truck. In an instant, her family's expectations of their daughter changed.
Well, growing up, I always see myself being a doctor, a great writer, a terrific cook, because I couldn't accept the life people had given to me. And if I told them, like, you know, one day I'm going to do so and so, they would say, oh, that poor child, she doesn't know what she's saying. But somewhere in the back of my mind, I wanted more. I think I was about 13. I knew absolutely nothing about guys. My sister told me that they were bad, so I should fear them, and I did. I got bored watching TV, so I taught myself. The first thing I made was a chocolate cake. After that, my mother discovered this child can cook. So I got to do all the cakes. And when it came down to making like meringue pie, she said I couldn't make it because I'm left-handed. So, of course, I had to make it better than anybody else.
Today, Lena has a thriving catering company in addition to her full-time job as an intake clerk. But her accomplishments haven't come easily.
I met a man once, and when I went to apply for a job, and I didn't even take the test or anything. He just said, oh, no, you can't do it. And he really didn't know what I could do because he didn't give me an opportunity. And I went to another place, and they said, oh, you're too short. No one will be able to see you. You know, and they didn't even, like, say, well, let's see what you can do. Let's let you take the test or nothing. They saw the chair first, and that's all they cared about.
Justice Department files suit against the school district.
When his daughter was in elementary school, Huey found he had to file a civil rights complaint just to get Jackie's school to build a ramp.
We had a superintendent that was just really obnoxious. When I explained to him I had just the right to access to all the school activities as everybody else. And he said, well, we can always get you in. That's not the point. I want to be able to get in by myself.
Walker snaps the ends off of green beans. Now a sign outside a house, Randy's Barber Shop. Inside, men sit in barber chairs.
In retrospect, filing the civil rights complaint was a turning point. Huey's job history already included a stint as public affairs director at a radio station and as an advocacy counselor for people with disabilities. In 1982, fed up with the slow pace of change for both blacks and people with disabilities, Huey ran for the Georgetown County Council. He was the first minority elected in the county's 219-year history.
A barber trims Walker's hair.
Leery at first, his peers gradually changed their opinion of Councilman Walker.
Well, initially it was that black guy in a wheelchair. Okay. and even the newspaper, when they write about it, they would say Councilman Huey Walker, who's a disabled veteran in a wheelchair. And then as time evolved, they forgot about the wheelchair.
After 10 years on the council, Huey was elected chairman. And then, in another moment of local history, in 1993, he was appointed summary court judge.
Next, a courtroom.
Let's have order, please, everyone rise.
It's my duty to inform you that he has been charged with murder on warrant E344863. It's also my duty to inform you that you have a right to remain silent. Yeah, you'll get some money.
Yeah, I've already paid for the check.
But you haven't paid me. Charles Bryant.
The sharecropper's stepson is now the
So I need
judge.
to tell you, you've been charged with driving under.
And in Judge Walker's courtroom, no discrimination of any form is tolerated.
I'm not punishing. I'm going to give you a plea. I'm going to take a look at it.
Yes, sir, I appreciate it. Just outside in the hallway, though, Georgetown County's first African-American judge still can't use the water fountain because it's installed out of his reach. Is that a civil rights issue? It is to Huey.
Walker leans toward a water fountain.
When they come to realize that discrimination is wrong in any form, then they should understand. And that's what it is.
Sitting in his courtroom, Walker blinks, then licks his lips and looks down.
You can't just decide, well, discrimination is okay as long as it's not against me. You can't do that. As long as I'm protected from anything being discriminated against me, then that's fine. You can't just decide that. It has to be across the board with every segment.
And now I sign legislation which takes a sledgehammer to another wall. One which has for too many generations separated Americans with disabilities from the freedom they could glimpse but not grasp. And once again we rejoice as this barrier falls, proclaiming together, we will not accept, we will not excuse, we will not tolerate discrimination in America.
In 1990, Huey Walker was again a small part of history. Along with thousands of other people with disabilities, he watched from the White House lawn as the president signed the Americans with Disabilities Act.
I got chills, just watching the president up there with Justin Dot, and it's indescribable. I mean, a lot of us were in tears, and I don't cry very easily, but that was a moment. Yeah.
A sign, Wedding Chapel by the Sea.
You start first, Huey.
I, Huey,
Huey,
take thee, Eloise,
take thee, Eloise,
Today is another moment.
wife,
to be my wedded wife.
This afternoon in the Wedding Chapel by the Sea, Huey marries his high school sweetheart.
you may kiss your bride.
Dark-haired Eloise leans down and kisses Walker. Walker grins and shakes hands with a man in a gray suit.
At age 48, Huey Walker still believes in every American's right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
I introduce Mr. and Mrs. Huey Walker.
Eloise walks down an aisle beside the smiling Walker. He shakes hands with two men sitting in a pew. The man in the gray suit pushes Walker's wheelchair down the aisle.
Huey Walker didn't set out to change the world, but in his own way, he has. Like it or not, Huey's a role model in Georgetown County and will be until many more African Americans and people with disabilities are in positions of power. It's time, Huey says, we as a country understand that most people with disabilities aren't pitiful or heroic. We're just people, working hard and dreaming dreams. People like T.J. Monroe.
In a large conference room, a bearded man shakes a woman's hand.
Hi, my name is TJ Monroe.
Later, a woman buffs the bearded man's shoe with a cloth.
TJ Monroe. Hello, how are you? So how long have you been doing this?
If T.J. Monroe looks like a salesman out on the road, that's exactly who he is.
So what kind of work do you do? I'm a self-advocacy coordinator and a consultant. And I work with people with disability and people who need some help. And I'm on the President Committee for Mental Retardation.
TJ is part of a nationwide self-advocacy movement that started in the 70s.
The meeting is now in session of the workshop number 3. We are here today to make final plans of the convention this fall. Have any of you thought about another name for the theme for this year's convention?
Calling their fledgling organization People First, their 1974 convention was planned and conducted by people living at the Fairview State Hospital in Salem, Oregon.
Will the convention of the People First Round 2 please come to order? If you want this to make some kind of a sound, either clap or say yes, as loud as you can, okay?
The highlight of that two-day convention was voting on the platform. For the first time in their lives, these 200 people were setting their own agenda for change.
We want representatives on state DD councils, developmentally disabilities. Do we want this? Okay, we want representatives on President Committee on Mental Retardation. Do we?
21 years later, it happened.
My name is TJ Monroe, and I'm a self-advocacy coordinator, and I work for People First.
In 1994, President Bill Clinton appointed the first person with a disability to the President's Committee on Mental Retardation, T.J. Monroe.
In the conference room, a white-haired man plays an accordion. Monroe passes out literature.
The Arc of New Mexico is holding its statewide conference at a Holiday Inn in Albuquerque.
A black-haired woman laughs.
The organization used to be called the Association for Retarded Citizens, but under pressure from self-advocates who objected to the label retarded, the name was changed to simply the ARC. TJ has been invited as a guest speaker.
I'm Diamond Bennett.
Oh, okay. I saw you sitting down on
Yeah, I'm an advisor of People First of Grants.
Oh, okay.
So,
I make a self.
and this is the Robert. He's one of my members, and this is his mother, Rose.
Hey, Rose. Nice to meet you.
What can you say to Rosie to help her to
Come
feel
to my
more
workshop.
confident
Come to my workshop. You're gonna learn a lot on my 2 workshops that I'm doing.
She doesn't want to let go.
Okay, good. And that's why one of the reasons why I want them to come, I'm going to show them how I did it and how parents can let go.
Less than 15 minutes after he walks into the convention, TJ decides to help Bobby, who lives at home with his parents, become more independent.
And when your mom with you, she does a lot of the talking. Why?
I was being shy today.
You were shy.
Sometimes I did talk.
Are you afraid sometimes by your mom because
No.
You don't feel that way.
No, she just said I talk much if I get started talking.
You need to break your shell, correct? You need to break your shell and you need to start talking to people.
Yeah.
And like I tell your mom that I would like you to come to my workshop
She
because
said
you're going to really learn some things. Now, what kind of sport do you like?
Wrestling.
he could talk to me. But he with mom, I think he will go right back into his shyness and he'll be afraid because he don't want to hurt your mom. I think I can get him really open up, and I think he could tell his mom what he want to do. That's a challenge for me.
Monroe smiles.
TJ is used to challenges. He was born in 1952 to working-class parents in Hartford, Connecticut. According to state records, his father was an alcoholic who abused TJ's mother. In 1954, the Connecticut Commission of Welfare placed all 4 Monroe children in foster homes. But official state records tell only part of the story.
I was small, and I didn't get treated as one of the children. I got treated as like a goose, the ugly duck, and that's how I felt, that they didn't want me around.
At first, TJ liked the song about freaks and morons his foster father sang to him.
Used to go ham bone, where you been? Down the kitchen, drink a gin. Ham bone, where is way? In the corner with the bed. Ham bone, freak moron. I was laughing and I thought it was a joke. I thought it was funny. And when I found out what it stands for, I didn't like it. And so I had a hard time dealing with that for a long time.
At the age of 8, his foster parents recommended that Tommy be sent to Southbury Training School.
Mr. and Mrs. Sayers told me this was going to be like a camp. And they said you could go horseback riding, fishing, trips, and it was like a wonderful camp. And it will be with your kind of people.
Gene Bowen is a friend of TJ's who works with residents of Southbury as a self-advocacy advisor.
This particular institution was built in the late 30s and opened in the early 40s, 1940s. And the idea was that you'd have a farm and the kids would come and they'd romp and, it would be a great place. But it wasn't a great place. When you got up here, you were expecting horseback riding.
Yes, horseback riding, fishing.
Yeah. What did the horseback riding turn into?
Seeing them. This is the first cottage that I came in when I was 8 years old. And the first bed that I was at was right here, facing this way, and it was a crib. And this whole thing was filled with cribs, beds. So I used to get out of my crib and I used to walk the hallway. Then later on, they put a net over my crib so I won't get out.
So then when you managed to figure out how to get out of the crib,
I used to bite through the net.
what you put?
Okay.
And what did they do then?
Then they put a big straitjacket on me and then tie me in my bed and put another net over me. So I got, 2 times they put 2 nets on me and I still got out of it.
How did you get out of the straitjacket?
That was too big, so I wiggled myself out.
Right.
And then they figure out they had another smaller one, so they put the small one and I couldn't get out of that one. Right. And it only happened 5 times till then I broke the habit not getting out of my skin.
In a photo, beds line a room.
TJ arrived here in its boom years. It was a thriving facility. It was respected, highly regarded. Of institutional models, it was the best. It quickly became very crowded. It was around 1,800 to 2,000 kids and teenagers and young adults.
On his 10th birthday, TJ was taken across campus to Cottage 9 and introduced to Peggy Monroe, a sister he never even knew he had.
My number was 3328. My sister was 3329. Me and her looked like the same and everything, but I didn't really think that was my sister. I didn't take that in for a long, long time.
As the number of residents grew, so did the problems.
My own opinion is that anytime you put together a large segregated facility, you're headed for trouble. You put a couple of thousand people in the same buildings and you're headed for big trouble.
According to dozens of former residents, during TJ's 11 years at Southbury, many people were physically beaten and sexually molested by staff members.
Some of the staff like somebody. Then they used to take you to they would take you to the hospital and back of the hospital, and they had sex with you. And you had to do it by the staff. The staff want you to do it. You couldn't tell anyone else. And if they find out, you get punished.
A photo of long white buildings on a roof, Southbury, Connecticut.
In a field behind the barn, TJ says, at least two people who could no longer tolerate the abuses of Southbury asked their friends to help them commit suicide by hanging.
Nighttime, two flashlight beams play across leaf-covered ground.
Hanging tree was a tree, like a regular tree, and they had rope. And they used to hang the people who don't want to do anything, they hang yourself.
A thick horizontal tree branch.
They watched the stuff, they watched the movement. And if the nightman used to sleep or something, and they go out and they have a couple guys and they just link the rope.
A noose hangs over the branch.
And the guys doing the feet. And sometimes they don't even do that. Some of the guys just know how to break the guy's neck. And they put them in the loop. And then they bring them back inside and put them in the bed.
Now a silhouette of a dangling person.
Friends put bed sheets around the person's neck, and after they were dead, smuggled the body back into bed to hide the cause of death from staff and spare the feelings of relatives.
A flashlight beam illuminates the empty noose.
It's a lot of bad memories, but it's a lot of good memories. So I can't really, I wish there was a lot of people out of here. Yeah, I do. Because what the hell is going on is that it sucks.
A cartoon.
This say, don't ever give up. What one is me? Is this me or is this me? The fog, that's the staff in an institution. I'm wringing his neck because he ate my friends, but he's not gonna eat me. So I hold that back.
The audience for TJ's workshop includes people now living in group homes and people still living with their parents.
How many people are afraid to let the children go, adult, to go on their own?
Bobby's mom, Rose, raises one hand.
Okay. And I want to ask another question for them. Why? My question is why? Are you afraid that something's going to happen to them? Or are you afraid that they're not going to make it? Both. Most of the time, parents, you protect your children very well, but they're not children anymore. They are very adults, and we need to treat them as adults. And we need to start asking them what they want. What else do you need to be ready to go out in the community? Yes?
Training.
Yes, training. And who are you going to get the training from?
Our parents.
Your parents? Are they ready to do it?
I'm not sure yet.
Why don't you ask? She's right. Okay, you're not sure. Well, she's right there. Why don't you ask her if she's ready to do it?
Are you ready to train me?
Rose nods.
Okay.
Later, an empty lecture hall.
I did it. Yes, I did it. I did it. I did it.
TJ's own history of independence was equally difficult. In 1971, 19-year-old Tommy Monroe was finally released from Southbury.
The institution was like my mom and my dad. And now I'm going to go out into the community. It was scary for me because they told me if I did anything wrong, I would be back.
TJ moved into a group home of 15 men in Torrington, Connecticut. And the next day he started work at Lark Industries, a sheltered workshop. The possibility of a job for TJ in the community wasn't even considered.
My first paycheck was $35, and we have to give the money back to the group home. You can take the money out, and it was cash. I remember you. You remember me? My sister was Peggy Monroe.
I know it. She had Cottage 10.
What?
Tommy Monroe.
Yes.
Bob Petrie has worked at Lark for 13 years.
And you still live at the same place, or did you move?
No, I moved.
You moved.
After 40 years in Southbury and 2 years in a group home, Bob decided to move into his own apartment. His social worker disapproved.
I said, no, you can't. So I come. Someday I go out on my own. So I come. He told me, you'll be back 2 months. I said, you think about that? And when I went on my own, and I went back.
I think a lot of the people want the same that everybody else get, and they want to be equal. And if we're not equal, then why are we here? Everybody in this room can have the right to get married, to have a license, and to have friends. You can get married if you want to. Right now, I'm not married. I'm 42 years old. I still have things in my head that I want to do before I do get married. How you doing? How you doing?
Before he settles down, TJ wants to settle into his new job as a kitchen manager at a senior center in Cincinnati.
You want some more potatoes? I'm out in the community working, trying to show people who I am. Potatoes.
Monroe walks through a dining room.
In return for 20 hours of work a week, he has his own apartment in the building. But even after 17 years of living on his own, moving is still a struggle for TJ. A process full of hope and fear. It's the same for Bobby and his mother, Rose.
I'm not a very bold or aggressive person, and it's hard for me to get my feelings out. And going to these things, I'm admitting that I have to break out and let him break out. I'm not doing that.
When you came to the conference, how do you really felt? I mean, when you came and you went to my first workshop.
I felt scared.
Okay.
Because I know I was going to hear something that I didn't want to hear. And things that I haven't wanted to hear for years. So I had to let go.
So what do you think when you're going home? What you're going to do?
Try to show my mom that I can do stuff by myself. Like fold my clothes, that's one of the problems I have. I can't fold my clothes right. And then later on, they come in my room, get mad at me because it's all wrinkled.
I've shown him 100 times, and he can't figure out why he can't learn it.
Okay, can I show you how?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Next, Bobby watches as Monroe folds a pair of jeans.
Let me show you one, and then you and me do it, okay? Did he do it like this? Take this end and this end together?
Uh-huh.
And then do he go like this?
Monroe holds the ends of the pants legs.
Well, what I do is I go like this first, because it goes here. Then I put this one here, and then I go this.
Oh, that
like that.
would be easier.
Okay. And then I go like this, and it's...
Monroe lays down the jeans and presses the legs together.
It folds, and then some of you don't have a hanger, I just do like this.
Working on a hotel room bed, he folds the jeans twice.
And it's ready for it to go. Do you want to try it?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's unbutton this for you. Okay. Let's see if you can...
Button it up.
Yep.
Rose watches as Bobby buttons the jeans.
Very good.
Bobby holds the jeans upside down.
Then get all the lines.
Yep.
Bobby lines up the cuffs of the legs.
Yes.
Bobby folds the jeans in half. Monroe smiles at Rose.
Okay.
Dad only showed you 100 times.
Now, you got to go home and you get a pair of pants just like this. Okay? And show your father what you can do now. Are you happy?
Yeah.
Later, Monroe moves his fists apart.
Right here, we start right from here. And then we went from this, right? And now we out like this for his mother. Because she almost was crying. I mean, you could tell in her voice that she had tears. And I don't know, and she broke her shell. And now she's just seeing me showing her son how to do a pair of pants. That's why. And I just got the gift inside me that I can do that too. to help people.
Now a conference.
Hello, my name is Thomas James Monroe, and I was in a state institution for 11 years, and I have a number on me. I did. It was 3328. The bottom line is showing people that they are equal and they have rights just like everybody else. Thank you. I'm not saying I'm a perfect person. I make mistakes just like anyone else. But when I make a mistake, I try to not try to do it again.
And that, in the final analysis, is what people with disabilities really want. Simply the right to try on a leveled playing field. As time passes, the ADA is changing the face of America. Traveling around the country, I notice an increasing number of ramps and curb cuts. I see more Braille signs in elevators and TTY telephones being used by deaf people in airports. And in 1994, work was completed here, finally making Constitution Hall accessible.
Marian Anderson performs at the Lincoln Memorial.
Half a century after Marian Anderson's historic concert on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial, the definition of equal rights for all Americans continues to expand. President Bill Clinton.
The ADA is part of the seamless web of civil rights that so many have worked for so long to build in America. For almost 1 billion persons with disabilities around the world, it stands as a symbol of simple justice and inalienable human rights.
Monroe talks to a man using a wheelchair next to Priest at the Lincoln Memorial.
I'm James DePriest. Thank you for joining us.
From every mountainside, let freedom ring.
Host James DePriest, producer-writer Phyllis Ward.
My country 'tis of thee.
A listing of credits follows.
Sweet, sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing.
Description created by NCI, Described Media. This is Joel Snyder.
Our fathers died, land of the Pilgrim's bride, from every mountainside, let freedom ring.
New to Disability Pride musical performances this year is Casey Shannon. Here she is with Shorty Don't Wait and Here Comes the Sun.
This is Shorty Don't Wait by A Great Big World. Shorty don't wait in line. Shorty don't wait till sun don't shine. Shorty don't wait in line. Shorty don't wait till your life goes by. When your heart don't feel like dancing, I'll be here to give you mine. When you lose that happy feeling, I'll be here to lift your spirits high. Shorty don't wait in line. Shorty don't wait till the sun don't shine. Shorty don't wait in line. Shorty don't wait till your life goes by. All those people who have hurt you, they let your precious time. When there's no one you can turn to, voices slowly melting. Little darling, it seems like years since it's been here. Sun, 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 here it comes. 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 Little darling, I feel the ice is slowly melting. Little darling, it seems like years since it's been here. Here comes the sun, here comes the sun, and I say it's alright.
We thank you all for joining us this year for our virtual Disability Pride. We hope to be back next year, live and in person, for our parade and festival.
There we go. It's always a delay when we switch to the live, isn't it? Todd Bark, Chief Policy Officer again. We thought we'd actually end Disability Pride with a little bit of discussion because we know we've done an awful lot of history here today. And for those people that are interested in the sort of things we played today, they should go to WINIL, West New York Independent Living, WNYIL, our page on YouTube, where the full versions of a lot of those Pioneers videos are available, along with recordings of our public affairs program, Points of View. Different ways to discuss different issues in the community as we go through the years. We're going to end today with a group discussion because since we've talked about where the community has been, we should talk about what challenges us now and where the community is going. So to that end, I have Frank Camerata, who you saw earlier in the county executives video. Different ways to discuss different areas. My friend Dave Wontuck from Deaf Access Services. We're going to end today with a group discussion. Because who needs to be behind? I'll bet it's Sam. And I have Sam Meadow, who challenges us now and where they're going. Set yourself up. I have. Thanks for spending a few minutes with me, gentlemen. The executives video. Different ways to discuss different areas. My friend Dave Wontuck. Well, the video will never catch up, so I'll just keep talking. Let's start with the simple question. What do you think, outside of the pandemic, because we'll talk about that in a minute, what do you think the biggest challenges for disability rights are right now in our community? We'll start with Sam at the bottom, and I'll move up. Let's start with the simple
Yes, I can. Now I can. But I can't hear what you're saying, Todd.
Dave, Todd, we're having some real difficulties here.
Hold on 1 second.
A lot of odd noises and repetition here, Todd.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Gabe, Todd, we're having some real difficulties here.
Can you hear me now?
Not really. A lot of
One moment.
noises and competition with that.
Yes, but you're breaking up.
There's some real bad background noise, Todd. It's almost like
How about now?
Yeah, but it's like the recorded stuff is still playing, and so we're.
That's.
There's some real bad background noise, Todd.
That's not me.
Can you mute?
How about now?
Yeah, but it's like the recorded stuff is still playing. So odd.
That's.
I don't miss it. I don't think it.
A little better now?
Just let it go. Don't
Yes.
He'll fix it. Just call it through.
Can everybody hear me?
It came back. It came back.
Okay. Let's try again. Let's spend a minute talking about what the biggest challenges is in the community other than the pandemic. A little better now?
Yeah.
Can everybody hear me?
It came back. It came back.
Okay. Let's try again. Let's spend a minute talking about what the biggest challenges is in the community other than the pandemic.
See, he's not.
A little better now?
Yeah. You don't have to worry about it.
Other than the pandemic, it's maybe, I know we've still been facing the issues nowadays with accidents. I know like a bigger impact involving the pandemic, but still, that's still a daily basis for a lot of the deaf and hard of hearing community regarding to if we went to the hospital event on a daily basis using regular solid mask without their mask. So I think the pandemic itself just opened that up a whole lot more visually. So yeah, I think a need for clear masks for everybody on a daily basis.
No, it's not though.
Regular solid mask without their mask.
David's talking, but he's not really talking in the screen.
Okay. I know the interpreter can hear me. Sam?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Frank, you can unmute yourself to answer.
On the bright side, the humor, everybody, I don't hear anything, so it's fine as a deaf person. Yeah.
It was a good answer, Dave. I wanted to know if Frank or Sam had anything to add. I know the interpreter can hear me. Sam?
Yes, I hear you.
Frank?
I guess what I have to add is that I feel that people with intellectual disabilities and developmental disabilities need more access. And what I mean by that is, one, when we talk about access in the community, I think we need to work with businesses to have more accessible places to go. And I understand that the ADA has mandates when they talk about accessibility, but I think we need to go further than that to allow people with disabilities the rights to have automatic doors on restaurants and more access to stores, and I think that can help people with disabilities, and for people who are autistic or have intellectual disabilities, they should be able to have a place that wouldn't affect them from a point of view of stimulation, of having the proper lighting, to having people to being patient and understanding what they're trying to say. So those three things from a community point of view, federal, state, and local, that needs to be worked on to make the ADA better. And I think that's what's important.
Okay. Frank, anything to add?
I think Sam said quite a bit. There will always be work to be done with regard to the Americans with Disabilities Act. You know, the folks who are watching this right now are aware that Erie County has an active ADA coordinator. That is myself. And there's always work to be done as we continue to progress as a community, as we continue to build new things, as we continue to develop new projects. There's always work to be done with regard to the ADA and accessibility. So it is vital, and you know everything that Sam said, I completely concur with. You know, this is legislation that it's never going to come to an end. So that's probably why everyone refers to it as some of the greatest legislation that was ever written, because there's never going to be an end to it. We just need to make sure that the people who are able to influence governmental policies, they need to make sure that they're involved, and they need to make sure that their influence is positive influence, and that the knowledge that they have make sure that you know the ADA is what it is. It's critical.
I actually, believe it or not, I have a question. I got messaged on Facebook, so we'll do that. The importance of the disability vote, because the questioner had seen the Hava video earlier in the day and wanted us to talk about the importance of people with disabilities voting. Now, I think it's critical for people with disabilities to vote, especially now, because critical services are the expansion or contraction of our critical services will be changed as a result of that vote. But what do you guys think about what we can do to increase the disability vote? What's important about it?
So if I may lead off, I can tell you that right before the coronavirus struck, Erie County Board of Elections created a video, a Get Out the Vote video, and it involved folks with disabilities. So that video is soon to be released. It's going to be critical that people with disabilities we need to make sure that their voices are heard. Right now, I'm not sure, how much people are paying attention, but right now, candidate Biden is the only person who has put out a policy piece, and I emphatically, and I'm not choosing a candidate here at all, but I emphatically am saying that people should read that policy piece just to make sure that you're all aware of where Vice President Biden is standing on the disability issues.
Well, it's also important hopefully we will hear from the incumbent president, President Trump, about what his disability policy might be. It's good to know what the Democratic candidate says, and being educated as a person with a disability is a very important part of voting. DP, did we lose Dave and Sam, or did we just take them backstage? Oh, there we go.
I'm back.
Dave,
I'm back.
do you have anything to add to the vote question?
Right, you pretty much said it straightforward and very well. Thank you.
Sam?
I would say and I do speak for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. And I hope that everybody with a disability votes. I think that's important for people with intellectual disabilities and developmental disabilities. They have barriers, just like everybody else. But their barriers are where maybe they can't get out to vote. For that, you need to be able to have a ballot that you can fill out if you can't go to a polling place. And it doesn't matter if it's during COVID-19 or just on regular voting cycle. People with developmental and intellectual disabilities need that access. And they should understand that whatever they feel, no matter if you are a Republican or a Democrat, that they have the right, to say how they feel. It's not just people without disabilities that have the right to vote. It's everybody. So no matter if you have a severe intellectual disability or just a developmental disability, where maybe you just need a little bit of help, like me, with personal care or self-direction, your vote counts. And we need to find a way to make sure that everybody with a disability has access in that frame.
Wonderful.
One more thing to add.
Go ahead, Dave.
As I've been thinking with the voting accessibility, there's been a lot of the deaf community where they're unsure who they should vote for or information being put out. What I mean by that, if you watch a lot of the presidential debate, any candidate debate, even the president their speech, none of them actually have an interpreter presented. There's no picture-in-picture. And yes, ASL in American Sign Language is different than the English word that's captioned. ASL is first language for a lot of the deaf community. Yes, we still do read, we still do write, but communication-wise, we rely on ASL a lot. So when we see a debate and they're using words that is actually audio transcribed on a caption and it's not 100% accurate, how can we decide who to vote for and who is right when we don't have full access to understanding what's going on? So having an ASL interpreter on TV during those important times for decision for the country and for ourselves that is something we still need to work for as well, too.
I think you're absolutely right. And I think that's going to be an important area of advocacy coming up, especially since viewing the candidate speeches on TV is pretty much the only way we're going to be able to see them. That was actually the viewer question. I do want to do a real quick question before we wrap up on how we think we're handling the pandemic, because after all, this event is virtual because of our concerns with being able to socially distance. Right, here's Frank holding up his mask for the people that can't see it, right? Let's talk a little bit about how you think the disability community's been handling the pandemic. Frank, you can go first.
Sure. Thanks, Todd. You know, I think, you know, the four folks who are on this call with us or in this interview piece, they have been involved with the county's actions from the very outset. I think, you know, the county's reaction or the county's actions, I feel have been terrific. I guess I shouldn't speak for myself, but I can, you know, I am the voice. We have a voice in county government that enables people, the community, people with disabilities, to have a voice in what's going on, especially with the coronavirus reaction. Dave held up a mask. You may have just seen the mask that Dave held up. That mask that Dave is holding up, that's something that the county is trying to acquire, and we're doing that in collaboration with Deaf Access Services, with People Incorporated, so to enable the deaf, hard of hearing community to allow for more lip reading.
For my people needing visual description, Dave is holding up a blue mask with a clear space in the center so that you can see his lips move while he's talking. Okay.
And this is, and you know what, Todd, this is something that really we just discovered. We discovered it at the beginning of this pandemic, and we discovered really the importance of this mask. But unfortunately, as soon as we found it, we can't buy them anymore. They're nowhere to be found. They're sold out throughout the whole country.
Shortages of everything.
Right.
Sam, I know that Center for Self-Advocacy, along with the other self-advocates, are doing some stuff to help the community through the pandemic. You want to talk about that, don't you?
Yep. We provide either support groups twice a week to talk about what's going on with them. We work with the statewide organization, Self-Advocacy Association of New York State, to put on video conferences as well, so everybody with intellectual developmental disabilities have access to share how they're feeling, either if it's through COVID-19 or being able to understand what services they should have access to and what does that mean for them during the pandemic. I understand a lot of organizations for people with developmental disabilities have been very hands-on, but as we know, people with disabilities do fall through the cracks, and there has been some information not given to people about what services or rights they have and getting those services provided to you. There needs to be a more of a sharing between organizations and people that they serve. I think that's more of what is going on now. But I still think that's a small barrier that we're still dealing with because people during COVID-19 in the beginning and in the middle didn't really understand what services could be provided to them and the structure of those services. So you had some people, because they belong to certain organizations that were able to serve them, go shopping for them, and work with them and their staff. You had some organizations that did not give people access to information, and but as time goes on, as far as working with OPWDD and understanding what those services are during the pandemic is being more open now. But that is still a concern, is information sharing between OPWDD organizations and people that they serve.
Perfect. Dave, your opportunity to talk about deaf citizens in the pandemic.
It's been a big barrier. A lot of us in the deaf and hard of hearing community rely on facial expression, body language, lip reading for day-to-day communication at the store. Because when we go to the store, we don't have an interpreter with us at all time. So we are able to get through life with no problem at the store. But now with communication barrier, we are used to pen and paper, texting on the phone, showing what do we need, how do we communicate. Nobody wants to touch the pen and paper. Nobody wants to touch the phone now because of COVID-19. So we're trying to address issues on how do we communicate. Some deaf people can hear just a little bit. Some people can talk and some can't. Now those who can talk, they're assuming that we're not deaf and they're just trying to talk to us. And we just have to keep telling them, I can't hear you. So with them with their mask on, now I can't read your lips. And even though we were able to read your lip, we're only getting 30% of what you're trying to say. So with the mask covering everything, we're not even sure if you're smiling at us, sticking your tongue out at us. I have no idea. So with that language, facial expression, that is our main focus of communication of our voice tone. Your voice tone. We can't hear if you're angry, if you are happy, or if you're sad. So that being blocked out, that puts us in a very difficult situation on whether we should be doing what we're doing or what we should not do. A lot of us are ordering things online because it's convenient, because I don't want to go to the store and deal with people not cooperating. They get mad at us because we're not responding to what their needs or questions are. And it's big. I'm happy it's being noticed because we have the clear mask going out. Erie County has been phenomenal. We have a great team. We're working together on this. Obviously, things don't happen overnight. It takes time. And it will be a constant advocating thing that we will keep on doing, make things better every day.
I think those are very important comments, because I don't think a lot of people think about the effect of masks on communication. And I know that from an independent living standpoint, we're dealing with the population of people with disabilities where this may tend to affect us longer than most people. We're medically affected by, medically affected by potential COVID exposure. So we may be doing this for a bit longer than the general community thinks we might. So it's really important that we talk about our issues and we make people aware of them and communicate the things that we need. For folks that are having problems navigating and you want to look at the stuff that you need, that's what independent living is for. You can contact us, 836-0822, extension 101. That's my extension. 126 is our general intake extension. If you have a problem, you can call us and we can help you figure out a potential solution to that problem, including doing referrals for Erie County or self-advocacy or deaf access services or any of the other community agencies that you might need. So feel free to give us a call or send us an email at info@wnyil.org. Yes? Real quick, because I know we don't have much more interpreting time left. Any last comments from our panel? We'll go with Dave first.
Really, keep in mind, we need everyone's support for everything that we're doing. Yes, and the deaf hard of hearing perspective, and people with wheelchair, people who are blind. We can advocate, but we need your support as well. And keep in mind, we can voice out. We should need that support to push us, keep on going. And if everybody has that accessibility, it's beneficial for everyone. Really, it's not equality, it's equity. All of that. Everyone has access, equal access. And think about it, we're not disabled. We have the ability to achieve. We have the ability to be just like you. Thank you, and thank you for watching. This has been phenomenal.
Sam, last comment, sir.
I was to say thank you for letting me be on this program. I do feel, even though we CSA focuses on people with intellectual and developmental disabilities, we want to also work with the disability community as a whole, because there are people with developmental disabilities or intellectual disabilities with varying other disabilities. So we need to connect as disability organizations to make people's voice that we serve or advocate for known, and we can't let our specific service of disability cut our sharing of information or programs that can be beneficial for each other or the people that we serve as a whole. So thank you. I do think it's a great 30th anniversary, even though it's COVID-19. We continue to work. There's a lot to do, and we need to be together in doing advocating and making sure that younger people in general have better services and better access than we did 30 years ago.
And Frank, last comment, my friend.
So thank you, Todd, and thanks Western New York Independent Living and everybody. Dan, I don't know if anybody has mentioned Dan Colpoys yet, or Jillian Moss, but they've done such great work with this. It's been a very difficult few months trying to put this piece together. We really wanted to be at Canal Side. We really wanted to have a parade.
You did.
I'm saddened, but I am truly I'm happy that we were able to get this thing put together, to be able to celebrate, to be able to be together and be able to celebrate. And I look forward to celebrating 31, 32, 33, all the future years together. But just want to let everybody know too, there are a lot of great resources in our community in Erie County. Western New York Independent Living being one of them, Deaf Access Services, Center for Self-Advocacy, my Erie County Office for People with Disabilities. Reach out to them. We may be in for another difficult time this fall, this winter. Start to prepare for it now. Make sure you have masks. If you need things, reach out to resources. People are there to help, but you need to reach out. So happy anniversary, and again, thanks so much.
thank you so much. I want to take the opportunity to thank my fellow panel members, Frank Camerata, Dave Wantuck, Sam Meadow, and also one last time, our sponsors for the day, People Incorporated, Community Services for Everyone, the Independent Consumer Advocacy Network, and the members of the Independent Living family of agencies, the Buffalo Independent Living Center, Independent Living of Niagara County, Independent Living of the Genesee Region, Mental Health Peer Connection, Taking Control of the Niagara Frontier Radio Reading Service, and Independence Express. We're always here for you. Hopefully you're gonna see this video up the next few days. We're here to answer any questions that you want and to take pride in being a member of the Western New York community. Thank you so much. Have a great day.